me now?
Yep, there you
Yep.
go, Carsten.
Okay,
How you doing?
good.
Looking
I can
good.
see you now, too.
Yeah, you were looking a little blurry there before. I thought you'd been drinking or something. But you look clean now.
Well, if he looks blurry, doesn't mean that you're drinking.
It's all in public.
Welcome to the Sturbridge Conservation Commission, July 13th, 2023, at 6 PM. We're in the center office building on the second floor, 301 Main Street, if you'd like to join us. The commission is holding the meeting in person with the option for virtual attendance. In-person attendance, we'll be meeting at the location, as I said. Go to meeting access. You can get that online. You can also dial in using your phone to 1-872-240-3212. All right. In addition to the documents presented, the commission package available on commission's website, full applications, plans, and materials are available on the commission's website. So we will have a quorum check. We have Carsten. Okay, and starting down here,
Eric Gaspar, present.
Ted Winglass, present.
Roy Bishop, present.
and Ed Goodwin present, so we are all present. Becky, do you have any walk-ins?
We were gonna have some walk-ins. We do have, one item we're gonna do at the beginning, but Glenn's not here yet, so we can just wait a couple minutes for Glenn, to discuss. We did leave some time at the beginning because we were gonna have, some different entities come in. So on the agenda, we have, under old business, we have number 16. That's Mass DOT Cedar Lake Enforcement Order. As some of you know, yeah, if you wanna read the opening statement first. Yep, go ahead, yep.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. So an opening statement for public hearings. In the interest of saving time, the Sturbridge Conservation Commission will hold all public hearings tonight for work within a wetland, water body, or resource area, and/or within the 200-foot buffer zone to a wetland, water body, or resource area, in accordance with the Mass Wetland Protection Act and associated regulations and the Town of Sturbridge wetland bylaws and associated regulations. We will not be reading the newspaper ad. Prior to opening the first hearing for each project, the applicant is to submit proof of notification to abutters within 200 feet of the subject property line and proof of legal newspaper advertisement. If these items are not submitted, the public hearing will not open. Additionally, prior to the start of the public hearing, we will announce the location of the project, the applicant, and the applicant's representative. If any of the visitors have not legibly signed in yet, please do. Also, if any of the visitors are recording this meeting, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, number 16, Mass DOT, Cedar Lake.
Yep, well, first, actually, I just want to, we do have a signed Mullins form for Karsten Stuber. He missed the June 22nd meeting, and there were 2 public hearings that were continued with discussions. We did have him fill out the Mullins form for the record. And then, yep, number 16, Mass DOT Cedar Lake Enforcement Order. This is an enforcement order that was issued in 2018 for the drainage associated with the turnpike that feeds into Cedar Lake. We had it on the agenda tonight because everything had been wrapped up out there and we received all the documentation that would have been required for that. However, with all the rain that we have, one of the new pipes that were installed in one of the drainage basins busted and they need to fix it and it caused some washout within another basin. No impact to resource area at this point. So we're actually just going to postpone this to our next meeting, August 24th. So that way they got to get new materials and get that fixed with the contractor and get that taken care of. So kudos to Raul. He went out there 2 days ago to do a final kind of walkthrough after we went out there, and he noticed that. So we went out there yesterday and took a look at that, and it's, you know, a temporary fix, and we just want to make sure it gets corrected. So recommend we just wait on that.
All right,
All right, just gonna
23 Old Hamilton.
Yep, 23 Old Hamilton Enforcement Order. I've been working with the property owner and his landscape contractor on this. This was a significant amount of tree removal on Cedar Lake in an unnamed pond on the opposite side of the property. They have made progress. The landscape contractor is just asking for a week extension until next Friday to submit the plan. He did submit an inventory of what was removed out there. I've talked to him multiple times, and I met him out there, I believe it was last week, to go over a restoration plan. He's in the process of looking for, contacting various growers and nurseries on selection availability for the trees and understory plants, waiting to hear back on that. They would like to start installation work towards the beginning of September with an anticipated completion in the beginning of October. He said that completion date might not be met due to the lack of availability of species out of the ground now. So it is their plan to do a restoration plan out there, and like I said, I've been working with them. Just ask that we give them a week extension, they can come to the August 24th meeting, and hopefully we have a plan that can be approved and they can implement that right away. So it would,
I remember those were all the trees that were cut
Yes, on
down,
both
some
sides.
older ones, some newer
Yeah.
ones on
Yeah.
both sides of the kind
Yeah.
of loop driveway right
Yeah.
there in front of that
Yeah.
house.
yep,
So I'm fine with the week, but, I mean, they were pine trees and like native trees, right? There wasn't
Yep.
much
so,
odd vegetation.
yeah, so their plan is to do tree replacement as well as some understory, especially on the side with the small pond where it's a steep slope right there. Doing some.
I think it shouldn't be like, oh, if available, I think they should be able to find the trees and get them in the ground
Okay.
this fall. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
So, all in favor of giving them a week?
Friday the 21st.
Yep, it works for me.
Works for me.
Carson, you with that?
That's fine.
Good. Yep,
That's fine with me, yeah.
Okay.
yep. 392 Main Street, Beck?
Yeah, we're just waiting for Glenn to get here. We have the
Oh, okay.
property owner here. Glenn's gonna be giving a summary anyway, so if we just want to wait a few minutes, would you rather wait for him? Okay. All right.
All right, so you want to go to 71 Mashpog Road?
Yep. So this is an enforcement order that had been issued. The request had 30-day requirements to submit materials. That passed a few days ago. I did receive an email request from their consultant asking for a 30-day extension on the enforcement order. I did reach out to town council and spoke to them, and he recommended that I ask what the extension was for, what they've been working on to come into compliance. I did not, and why they need an extension, 30-day extension for a site visit, which was also requested. I did not get a reply from them. I did get a letter from an attorney saying that they are now representing them and that she was unable to be here this evening and did not advise her client to come here without her. So they're still asking for a 30-day extension to the enforcement order. They did not provide any update on what they're working on. I did talk to council about that, and it is the board's up to your discretion if you'd like to issue that. He did say he would recommend to stick to the plan, and that any extension of the enforcement order then extends the appeal period.
Okay.
Ed,
Go ahead.
I think we should tell their attorney to contact our attorney and ask for the request.
Okay.
I'm not going to support it from the board.
Well, the other thing I was going to say, 30 days doesn't do us anything in this case because our next meeting is more than 30 days from now. Right. So in this case, even if we were so inclined, I don't know that it does anything for us.
I
Because we're
I
6
wouldn't be
weeks out.
inclined to give it just from the point of view of we're just backing off by that period of time. We just keep it in place. It won't change anything, except it will give us the ability to move if we need to.
Right.
Do we want to make an official motion for that,
Yes.
please?
I make a
Before we
motion.
dis- I'm not finished. I think before we respond as a board, I'd prefer to hear our council's opinion, and I'd prefer the council respond. Since they have council, they're calling you, we shouldn't be talking to them. Direct them to our council.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, okay, that's your opinion.
Well, so we haven't taken legal action other than we have issued an enforcement order.
Yeah.
So we haven't sued them, they haven't sued us, so like, I
Somebody's
understand.
represented.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I
If
just,
somebody's represented, then, yeah, I don't talk to them.
yeah, just to add that, I did talk to council about what would be the next steps for a couple of the enforcement orders that things were due and didn't come in. Instead of things didn't come in by that due date, the next step is that they would reach out with a letter and contact those persons and start moving forward with discussions. So that was his recommendation for that next step, and
Yeah.
once these deadlines pass.
Do we
Yeah.
need to take an action procedurally? The request was made.
Well, they
Do we
requested
need
an
to act on it?
extension, and I just didn't know if we wanted to act on it.
They're asking us for an extension.
Yeah, but do we need to act, they made the request, do we need to, to Ted's point? do
Make a
we-
formal,
Do we need to formally, is it required of us to acknowledge and take action on their request?
not 100% on that, but I think it would be safer to make a vote in a meeting, since you're
Yeah, I
having a
just
discussion
would-
on it. I would,
I would just give them a no on the
Set a caution.
extension.
Then it'll go right to the attorneys anyway, so I'd support that.
I make a motion that we not extend the enforcement order for an additional 30 days.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Okay, good.
okay, number 20 on here is 71 Brookfield Road. This is where there was some yard landscaping that was done. Couple was not aware of the requirements, and there were some stumps that got moved outside the yard. They were working to, they also had to stabilize the site, which they did. They've been working to remove those stumps. They've got all the stumps out of that area, and they just have some additional slash that they need to move out by hand. So they're making good progress on that. You know, we've been in communication with her. They do need a little more time to get that slash out, because it is something they have to do by hand. So, just to give you an update.
That's an update?
Yep, yep,
Okay.
and they said, but by September, they should have all of that out there.
Any questions, comments? Kristen?
Nope.
All right.
Good.
110 Brookfield Road, enforcement
I
order?
I would just wait on that one, because I'm not sure if someone's coming in on that one. Okay, so
No, Glenn's here.
Glenn, you're good. So, yeah.
So we're holding off on that and going back to,
Yeah, we can just go to number 22 real quick, while Glenn's settling in. Number 22 is 70 Paradise Lane. This was the property where they had to do the final drainage work. They came to a meeting, our May 11th meeting, and worked out a revised drainage roof runoff catchment plan, and we gave them, they said they needed 60 days to get that done. I did follow up with them. They did get that done, and the plantings, they had planted blueberry bushes, those are in. So I told them that, you know, since they've satisfied that, that it didn't appear necessary to come to the meeting. I did go by there and take a look at it as well yesterday. The next step that they need to do is file for the request for certificate of compliance to close it off the lien. It is a condition requirement of the order of conditions, so they're aware of that. I gave them the information.
Okay.
All right,
all right?
go back to, so Glenn, we were gonna go over 392 Main Street. If you just want to give, that's the restoration behind the pizza place for George
Yes.
here.
George
Yeah.
is here, thank
Yep.
you.
Glenn, do you want to just give like
Sure.
just a quick
Yes,
overview summary and what you guys have been working on so far?
thank you very much. Yes, so BT Barbecue, most people know the site, it's not the barbecue, that's a separate ownership. George, my client is here. George, hi, tell him, hi, that's George. I'm sorry, so thank you through the chairman. We had Joe Levesque go out, we flagged the wetland boundary. We've had Joe Levesque, the surveyor, go out, he picked it up. I talked to him today, I said, give me, if he could, give me something to give to the commission. He has a problem with the survey from the school in the back and the survey from Mr. Jalbert, I hope he's not here because I'm going to pick on him, whatever. There was some problem with tying the properties together. The deeds or the original surveys don't mesh, so there might be a discussion with the selectman, the manager, to finally get a property boundary back there. When George looked in the back and he saw a chain link fence, just as himself, and I know this is no excuse, and thought, okay, it is the boundary of the school property, but it isn't. It has never been fully satisfied, according to Mr. Levesque, when he did his survey work. So if there has to be an agreement to finally come up between Mr. Jalbert's plan, which was the BT barbecue site, and then the school old survey, to come up with where that boundary is. But that's not so much your concern as the 25-foot restoration area. We're not building anything new. There was debris back there. The gentleman took the debris out, went a little bit overboard and taken debris clearly and did some cutting, and you've all, or at least some members have seen it. And we're going to do a restoration plan as soon as Mr. Levesque can give me a plan. I says, I'm not concerned, again, with the boundary. Just give me a plan with the wetland line on it where the 25-foot would end, and we can then work it out as we're working out with the property boundary. We can then work with the town or George on whose property we're on when we're restoring. Because the Jalbert plan shows just, let's just say 15 feet or somewhat behind the building, and that's the boundary of the that barbecue site. But it might actually extend all the way back to the wetland. So it's fluctuating, but I talked to him today, I talked to him yesterday, and we try to get something here, but I don't have anything specific from him yet, except for these verbal conversations we had on Monday. So, in a little conversation today. I'll have, I would nearly guarantee that I'll have some kind of plan for you by the next meeting. I just went by it, nothing's moving, herbaceous vegetation grew back from the time we originally looked at it a couple months ago, but we're looking at, obviously, it's going to be seedling or saplings or whatever the commission's going to require for the replanting of that 25-foot.
Okay.
It's a headwater wetland also, I might say.
So with all that rain, it's stable?
Oh, yeah, yes. The leaf litter, the actual surface didn't get taken out as much as the Oriental bittersweet, which was most of it, exotic invasive plants back there. The access way to the ball fields in the back, just directly up gradient, there's a hole up there. That is the beginning of the wetland. There's a pipe underneath that access way to the ball fields, the school, and then it goes behind BT Barbecue and out. So it's very headwater. It appears that probably part of it was filled during the building construction, during the road construction, but it is at the beginning. So there's very little flow that contributes to it. There's no stream above that hole in the ground to the west side of the access driveway to the ball fields.
Anybody else?
So the next meeting is August 24th. August 10th would be 4 weeks from today. Do you think that would be sufficient, or would the board be willing to give 4 weeks?
Through the chairman, I'll be pushing even tomorrow that I have something within 2 weeks so we can file something. Or if not, we're going to have a draft plan by then that we can discuss again, but it would be planted at some point. Well, obviously this late summer or early fall. I mean, we're working in that direction as quick as the surveyor can get mine. If we had a
Meeting's the 24th, right?
Yeah.
24th, thank you.
So we would want something actionable 7 days before that.
Well, we have a lot of time before that next meeting. If you give them August 10th, that's 4 weeks from today. That means we'll get something before we do the site visit schedule before the next meeting. So if you want to go out there, we can have something to look at and go out there with.
All right,
4
August
weeks.
10th, Glenn?
Thank you.
All right. So are now on to
Perfect
first
timing.
public hearing.
Yep.
All right. 124 and 126 Lead Mine Lane, request for determination of applicability for driveway improvements. John Zajac and Robert Cherney.
Yep.
Glenn's gonna give up his spot and.
So, John, I'll put the plan up here if you
Okay.
want. I'll just say for the record, we have proof of legal advertisement and a butter notification for this. So, John, I'll put the plan up if you want to give just a quick summary for the board on what the project is, and then they can ask any questions. Share my screen.
Sorry about the coughing, I have allergies.
And you do have a pointer up there. It's a red pointer. It's on the table.
That
Yep.
little-
So if you want to say, talking about a certain area. So just for the members that didn't go out there, this property is on Lead Mine Pond. It's an existing driveway that John is proposing some repairs to within 50 feet of the lake.
I don't, am I?
Oh, you're off the
Oh,
board.
you're over here. Takes a little while to get used
Got
to it.
Got it. Okay. My wife,
Orient this to lake. Here it is. Oh, this is correct. So here's.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
It
lake,
is.
lake is over here.
yes, that's perfect. My wife and I have lived on Lead Mine Pond for like 42 years, and I've always done everything by the book regarding conservation. Not so much because I've gone to Catholic school, but because I really believe in what you guys do. So I'm pitching.
Telling us this isn't your first bank robbery coming up?
Actually, the last time I was here, it was for a cinema at Hobbs Brook, and you had to fight for seats, so this is pretty easygoing. So I'm pitching this as a win-win for myself, for my neighbor, and for the pond. Essentially, we have about 2,000 square feet of driveway that's dirt. And, roughly a strip about 20 feet wide by 100 feet, which runs downhill. It catches rainwater. At one point, it's so low it picks up the water table when we've had snow melt or a lot of rain. And it turns parts of my driveway at times into unusable mud, like 12 inches deep. On its way to the lake, it hooks around in front of my neighbor's house and makes a swirling pool there. And then it goes into the lake. It picks up silt, and it makes silt tracks 30, 40 feet going out into the lake. So I want to remedy our problem and this problem with the lake. You might say, why did I wait so long, 42 years? Well, it's only fairly recently that I bought the land that is my driveway. There was a little piece of land there that's my driveway and the road that was sort of the original piece of land that Charlie Clark owned, who owned the whole place. And the town called me up and wanted back tax on that. And I didn't say I said I didn't own it. So it was going up for auction, and I bought the thing. So now I feel like I can do something with it. So what I would like to do, and I looked into different options. I don't want to tar it, because the tar would just be another ramp where the water would go down. And also, that portion there, there's trees that I dearly love and I want to protect. Excuse me. So I've outruled tar. Other people have proposed millings. I've outruled millings because I've read about millings, and it seems like they leach bad stuff into the lake. So what I'm proposing is, let me start with, what I'm proposing is to dig out the organics where it's the most muddy, which is right around here. Because right where the pointer is, that's where the water comes out of the ground, the water table. And right here, it's really muddy. Basically, this is Lead Mine Lane, and you turn in, and this is our common driveway, and you go here to my house, and you go here to my neighbor's house, Rob Cerny. So this is really muddy. So the idea is to dig this out maybe 12 inches and get all the mucky stuff out. But as we go this way, there's about 10 feet of it where there's tree roots, and I don't want the guy to dig it all. So that would be undisturbed, because these two trees are kind of nice. Now, the road is higher here, and it pitches down, but it goes up here. So not only does the water run down, but it sort of collects here, and then it spills over into my neighbor's yard. So basically, the material I want to use is called a 7/8 inch screening. It comes from Lane Quarry, and what they do is they crush granite, and they pass it through a screen that's 7/8 inch, so the pieces go from 7/8 down to nothing, and it's all jagged. So because it's stone, it lets water and air through, which is good for the trees. And I passed this by Bartlett, the guy who sprays my trees for Willie Adele gig, and he feels pretty good that putting like 4 inches of stone on this ain't gonna hurt these trees. So what I'm turning this 2,000 square feet into is I'm turning it into a stone catch basin that's 20 feet wide by about 100 feet long. So because it's textured, it's going to break the flow of the water. Because it's porous, it's going to absorb the water. It's going to filter the water. So by the time any water gets through, it's going to be devoid of silt. But just in case, for peak periods, the fellow doing the work wants to put a French drain affair kind of here, where this would be perforated pipe, and then it would stop being perforated here, and it would go down here, and instead of going to my neighbor's house, it would go this way. And we're anticipating that most of it's going to get caught in the driveway, but in case it doesn't, we're putting another catch basin here that's roughly 2 feet wide by 2 feet deep by 20 feet. And I was asked to keep it 25 feet away from the lake, and that's what I did. And when you guys came up, I had a stake here, and I had a stake here. And we just thought up this silt fence thing. I mean, if you got better ideas, that's good, you know. So that's kind of it. So what I did was I broke the description into 4 parts. I gave them Roman numerals. Excuse me. Part 1 is the drainage. Part 2 is the area that won't be dug up. Part 3 is the part that will be dug up the most. Part 4 will be like sort of intermediately dug up. And 2, 3, and 4 are where the stone is going to go. And that's pretty much the project.
All right.
You can applaud.
You have anything to?
I'm just going to say, I've been working with John on the project. I think it's a good project. It also, not only is it washing out to his neighbor's house, it's washing out and going into the lake. So it's going to result in improvement over the existing conditions out there. He really did his due diligence. Like he said, he first was talking about pavement, went out and we talked about it, and he, found this stone, which I think will be a good improvement and something maybe we can think about, using in the future.
And if people want, I brought my camera where I have the movie of the silt.
Yeah,
running
but they
into
probably
the lake.
don't need to see that. Yeah,
Yeah.
we saw. Yeah,
And I think when you guys came up, it was right after
And I was present.
somebody
in the
said
lake.
100-year rainfall. Well, 1 week later, we got another one. But this one was bad.
so I would just say, we'll let the
Big improvement to the situation. That stone's pretty cool. We all stepped
Yeah.
on it. You had a bunch
Yeah,
of
I love
samples.
my trees, I love the lake, so I think it's win-win. It makes the driveway more usable, and it corrects this drainage problem into the lake.
Becky, you don't think the stone over the area that he's not going to dig out is probably not a problem?
I don't think so. Yeah,
filter
especially
water
he
down to
consulted
the
with
ground.
an arborist. Should be fine.
He said don't put millings over the roots.
Right.
That it's gonna harm the tree, Plus, I've read that it leaches,
Yes. So yeah.
Arsenic.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Arsenic and other
Wow.
poisons.
When you're ready, so, my recommendation would be that you can move forward and issue a determination for this. So it would be a negative number 3. We'd have our standard pre-work and sign-off conditions. I would just say excavated material not to be removed, to be reused should be removed off-site, and what might stay and get dug up and reused.
Excuse me, what was that you said about the?
The excavated material.
Oh, yeah, that will
you're
be
not-
taken away.
Yeah, perfect. We can do a phasing of your erosion controls depending on how you do your project, so we can work with you during construction with your contractor to figure out where the best spots for.
He's talking about doing it in like 3 hours.
Oh, perfect, yeah, then we can talk about maybe not needing them, depending on that scope of the project, so. And then I would do a positive 2B. We're not doing a resource area approval here, and it's a positive 5. It's subject to the local bylaw, and you're approving it with the conditions that we noted.
All right, any questions, comments? The motion to close the
Nope.
public hearing?
No. Anybody in the audience?
Oh, the audience, anybody in the audience? No?
Anybody online?
Oh, let me go back to, I'm sharing my screen, so I can't see that from here. Is there anybody on go-to here that would like to comment on the request for determination of applicability for 124 and 126 Lead Mine Lane?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Second the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Gooder in
Carsten
favor?
Stuber, oh,
In favor, yeah. Jumping around,
Carsten,
Chris.
Carsten Stuber in favor.
With regards to the driveway improvements at 124 and 126 Lead Mine Lane, I'd like to make a motion that we issue a determination of a negative number 3 with the agent's conditions, positive 2B, and a positive number 5.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion?
I do have a question. Is there something that you want me to do when we're doing the job that is unclear to me at this time? Because of all those 3 Bs and 5 C, like.
Oh, no, that's just the state has a form that we have to fill out, and that's their approval, so.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
All
just to
right.
clarify though, so under the Wetlands Protection Act, we're saying that, yes, your project is subject to the
Okay.
Wetlands Protection Act, but we can add some conditions and do an approval through this process. So we're just gonna, I probably will come down and meet you and your contractor, you put up a file number sign.
All right.
You'll get a letter and explains everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
We can
okay,
go
all right.
over it in the
Yeah, yeah.
office.
In the
So
resource.
that silt fence is okay?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
yeah, yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
I do need to vote now.
The motion was made?
motion,
Motion
did you make the
seconded.
motion, Eric?
And,
Yep.
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 Any more discussion?
Motion and second.
And
No
any
more
further
dis-
discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Gooder in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Thank you. Thank you. They're all
you.
set. Yep.
I'll go start digging now.
All right, we are now easily to 6:30. 212, 216, and 226 Charlton Road, notice of intent, development of a commercial site, DEP file number, no file number yet. The applicant is Sturbridge Retail Management. Representatives are Jay Klein, Stonefield Engineering. Becky, they're not postponing?
Yes, they've asked to postpone opening the public hearing for this. And the reason that was given, there was two things. One, they still needed, we were supposed to do a site visit out there earlier this week, which they asked us to postpone as well. They're still waiting for property owner permissions. There's people that are renting the properties to do the site visit. I noticed, I had gone by there the day before, they didn't stake it yet. So maybe that was part of it, but they also said that they're postponing it because of the uncertainty with the Mass DOT access permit that would be granted for the property, so. So they're asking to have it postponed to our August 24th meeting.
All right, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Gooder in favor, and Carson?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
All right. We're ahead of schedule, Becky?
We are ahead of schedule. We do have a few other things. Where are you going? What are you looking
Trying
for?
to find out what else we can talk about.
Oh, yeah, no, we have stuff. We have stuff. Do you want to do 15, the minutes?
Sure.
Holy.
Minutes for 6/1/23, approval?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the June 1st, 2023 meeting.
I'll second the motion to approve the minutes from June 1st, 2023.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Great.
Okay, number 11 on the agenda, under wetland decisions. 45 Bennett's Road. It's a request for a certificate of compliance, file number 300-1105. Requester is Ronald Poole. This was a recent project that we permitted. It was for a tight tank installation and a new well. They did complete the project, and we received the letter of substantial compliance from the engineer. I did go out and do a site visit and recommend that you issue a complete certificate of compliance. There was a few perpetual conditions. They were special conditions 46 through 49.
All right.
With
Any
regards,
discussion?
oh, no.
Seeing none?
With regards to DEP file number 300-1105 at 45 Bennett's Road, I'd like to make a motion that we issue a certificate of compliance with the perpetual conditions of 46 through 49.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Okay.
Okay, number 12, we have 250 Charlton Road, formerly known as Lot 1, 246 Holland Road.
No, you meant Holland.
What'd I say?
Holland Road.
Charlton.
Oh, I don't know. They all look the same.
One- you were
Holland,
thinking
Charlton.
150.
Yeah.
So you're at 250 Holland Road?
Yes, formerly known as Lot 1, 246. It's another request for certificate of compliance. DEP file number 300-1046. Requester is James Hardy. Sorry, just going to my notes here. Oh, I forgot to change all these on here. So I did go out and do a site visit and took a look at that. Everything is fine. We get the letter of substantial compliance from the engineer. Recommend issuance of a complete certificate of compliance with perpetual conditions 40 through 44. Forgot to change it in the detailed.
All right. Any discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none?
With regards to DEP file number 300-1046 at 250 Holland Road, I'd like to make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance with the perpetual conditions of 40 through 44.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
All right. Now we're at 48.
Yep, 248 Holland Road, formerly known as Lot 246 Holland Road. Another request for certificate. DEP file number 300-1047. Same thing, did a site visit out there. We got a letter of substantial compliance. Project's been done for a long time, stabilized. Recommend issuance of a complete certificate. Perpetual conditions would be 47 through 48.
All right.
47 through what?
48?
47 and 48. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Oh,
No.
With regards to the DEP file number 300-1047 at 248 Holland Road, I'd like to make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance with perpetual conditions of 47 and 48.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
All right. We are now at 246 Holland Road.
Formerly known as Lot 3, 246 Holland Road. Another request, file number 300-1072. Same thing, went out and did a site visit. We have letter of substantial compliance, everything's stabilized. So it'd be a complete certificate. Same thing, perpetual conditions would be 47 and 48.
Only question I have, this is the one with the driveway, right?
Uh-huh.
How is
Well,
that?
actually, no, the last two with the very steep driveways were not projects that we reviewed. They were out of jurisdiction.
Oh.
We did the first three. Two have normal driveways. One has one that comes in front of the property and
Yeah.
then angles.
Oh, I thought that was this property. Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, the ones you're thinking of are the two really steep ones on top where Finlay Road is.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were not our projects.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not only that, it's too late.
yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah, I was just curious if,
Very dangerous driveway.
that is, yeah,
I agree.
a marvel of engineering. All right, so that was my only question. With regards to DEP file number 300-1072 at 246 Holland Road, I'd like to make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance with perpetual conditions of 47 and 48.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Anybody in the audience? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
We are right at 6:40, so we can go back to number 3, the public hearing.
Okay, we are now at 6:40. We are at 9 Cedar Pond Road. Notice of intent construction of a garage and associated site work. DEP file number, and we do not have a file number?
Nope.
No file number.
Just for the record, we have proof of legal ad and a butter notification for the project. Glenn, I'll pull the plan up for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Nope, a little too much. That good?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you
I'm
again.
sorry.
Thank you through the chairman. So Mrs. Grout, Doreen Grout is on the line, also the owner. I didn't inform her of the meeting. She did find out. She found out, so she called. We are going to be requesting continuance because we have been on the line and emails to DEP. I don't believe the commission has had a site inspection yet, and DEP has.
Is it out there?
Oh, you did? Okay, well.
Is it out there? And I did reach out to DEP because we were waiting for a few file numbers. It was like, they were gonna try to get it for today, but
Right.
they had other things
Going.
before it, so they were, going through their list, and they were gonna try to get it for today, but we did not get the file number today, unfortunately.
We've been requesting it too, so thank you for that. 26 by 26 garage, a shed will be moved or requested to be moved. As you see, it's now abutting the house. We're outside the 50 with the shed and the 100-foot buffer. Where the actual structure, the 26 by 26, is not within the 100-foot, but it's in your bylaw. The Caltech unit for the structure is, though, in the buffer, as we did want to infiltrate that roof runoff into this gravel. So you see the slopes to the left-hand side or to the west of the structure. It is a 10-foot cut, 119 at the top, 109 at the bottom. It's going to be armored, and that's generally the proposal. Erosion controls are placed down gradient of the work, tied into the slopes, meets the sideline setback. It's right up against it, as you might see. And we work with National Grid, where the clients have, to ensure that the wires not part of your purview or concern maybe, but we did work with them that we're all set with being underneath their wire. We have the proper distance from the structure to the wire.
Becky, you have anything?
We went out there, we did a site visit, a few of the members, we met with the property owner, they had the slope excavation staked out. I don't remember if some of you remember, but we had a similar project that was proposed with Glenn and the same engineer on Valley Road, where they went in and cut the hillside to do a driveway. It's very similar what they're proposing here. They were able to do that project successfully. I've been out there and have checked on that. I don't see any concerns with it. We were a little unclear of how much tree removal on top, but the board members that were there weren't concerned if the large oak need to come out. There's plenty of trees up there. I don't really have any concerns. We would just work with them as, you can't leave they'd have to move the erosion controls and how many days they're gonna work. But that's all something that we can work with, like a construction plan with them when they start the project out there. Very minor things, but overall, no concerns with the project. And when we have the DEP file number and we can move forward, I would recommend approval of the project. And they have the mitigation for the roof runoff infiltration of the new structure, which is a good addition.
Originally, I think the homeowner said she was going to put it right in the middle of the house, relocate the shed. Looks like you got it now off the back corner. Is Is that right?
Right, that's the red, right.
That's what the woman said. Maybe she wasn't sure, but,
This here?
yeah.
She,
So I'm just going to put it right in the middle.
she, if I could through the chairman, she's the one that
That's what I
told us.
thought I heard her say. No big deal to me, I just,
And one last thing, if I could, all material excavated out will be going directly off-site. Brian Ezold is, again, the contractor, has a location, not in a wetland, to be depositing it. Kidding. But we are taking it immediately off-site.
Will a foundation be
stone.
dug for this?
Excuse me? No, it's a slab,
You're gonna pour a slab?
it's a slab,
yeah, that's what they said.
99.50 elevation.
Any other questions? Carson, you have any questions? Any questions, Carson?
Nope, it was a
Okay.
fine project.
Request a continuance.
Okay,
Anybody in the audience
yep. Anybody in the audience here for this?
or online that would like to speak about the notice of intent for 9 Cedar Pond Road?
All right.
I'd like to make a motion to issue a continuance for 9 Cedar Pond Road until August 24th.
Second the motion?
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Thank you.
Lenny, you still with us?
We have 4 minutes, so.
Yeah.
Moving along here today. What else do
Well,
we have?
We're at,
That'll end.
We'll catch up.
They say, when you put buffer at the front, we
digging a quick
we
hole
run
in
through
Veritas.
things. When you don't put buffer at the front, we have people sitting here,
I told Aaron I'd stay till at least 8 tonight.
Yes.
at least 8? Yeah.
I think we need a shot clock.
Don't we have a 7:40 hearing that is not going to last 20 minutes?
I have a couple things.
all right, go
We
for
have
it.
a couple minutes here. So I did speak to town council about the Pine Lake RV Resort and our case out there. He did recently speak to the representative's attorney, and it is their plan to remove the sediment in the pond that was outlined in the interfluve report. They believe they can go in with a suction type device and accomplish that. They'll be working on putting that plan together. They'll definitely wait, it's too wet right now to be doing that. So what town council was gonna ask was that they put that in a letter and summarize what their intents are to get that to the board. So hopefully we'll have something from them with their intent to clean up all of that sediment that washed down from that construction site.
What property was that?
This is the RV resort on River Road, 30 River Road.
Count yourself lucky for missing that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was pretty me.
Yeah. Wasn't there something in question about monitoring while the work was being done? Are they going to allow,
Oh, while they do
with
the
this,
cleanup?
with this new proposal, didn't we want somebody other than their agent monitoring the cleanup, if I remember correctly, from the enforcement order? Huh?
Yes, yeah.
So
I'll
if that
have
is
to-
still in question, I would like that.
They would need to review it and make sure it was done correctly. If they were there while it was being done, that would be best, so they don't have to go back out there.
Well, if they're going in with like a vacuum, right, it's a suction thing, I'm sure it's more sophisticated than that, but I would just want somebody who,
Independent.
yeah,
Reviewing.
right, because I think that was
overseeing.
one of the bones of contention, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Becky, didn't you say they were, when I asked you about it, you said they're gonna do it, and I said, who's gonna be on site?
In the past couple of days or months
In the
and
pa-
months?
recent-
A year
no,
ago,
no,
last time we
recently.
talked about it. I
No,
gotta
recently, this week.
No, I didn't say that. No.
Oh, okay. I
No,
missed-
we talked about, there's the on-site cleanup they have to do that's being regulated by DEP, so
Yeah.
that's under DEP. DEP will have to sign off on that, so I'm not sure how they're gonna handle that, but we have the off-site stuff still. So maybe that's where you thought I was talking
Okay,
about the
all right.
on-site. I can check back with town council on that.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm happy with the development, but just want to make sure that the development is actually in the best interest of what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, what next?
Time, 6:50.
6:50, huh?
Boom.
4.
Oh, my God, we're late. We're at 263 New Boston Road, notice of intent, construction of a single-family home with associated appurtenances, DEP file number 300-no thing.
Correct, no file number issued, but just for the record, we do have proof of a butter notification in legal advertisement.
Okay?
Glenn, do you want me to pull the plan up?
Thank you.
Yeah, just give me 1 second here. That's the old one.
You like that spot, Glenn, or would you like to be in a little closer?
Well, the only problem with this spot is when we're on television, I don't get to be shown.
They see you.
Oh, no, they do.
Everybody from here
Right there,
Oh,
right
I
there.
don't know if you did that for well, no.
In that one.
I'm only kidding. We want to move forward.
Don't worry, Glenn.
Yeah, I
You
get
your
shown
moments.
enough. I get shown enough, I know.
Oh, this one's,
In the
I can
bad
keep
way.
going.
Yeah.
Update.
Oh, no. Is it okay?
Used it. Oh, well, it's too bad I didn't hit this a few minutes ago.
Oh, boy.
Sorry. It's installing an update. While we're waiting for this, do you want to go over, like,
Yes,
set the-
so if I can, we started this project in April of '21. That's when we first looked at the, an RDA and in the vernal pool, and it was past the March date, and so we did the work for the vernal pool to show that we didn't have pooling area on where it said potential vernal pool. This is a drained wetland condition, 35-foot cut from the original gravel pit that's to the west of us. Down where those, hello, Mr. Jalbert, most of the lines to our left, at west, that's at the bottom of the slope of the original 2-minute perk rate Hinckley gravel removal operation, which then drained the water table to the right, which is part of that red maple swamp and areas that we have upgrading at the bottom of the slope of Boston Road, or to the west of Boston Road.
Carson, just so you know, online here,
Boston.
I have a
Okay.
Adobe
Okay, I'm done.
update here, so the plan isn't up yet. I'll share the screen in a moment for you.
Okay.
Whole thing's different. All right, well, maybe we,
What's it?
You can go online
yeah,
and look
yeah, I'm
at
gonna
it.
do that. Now it doesn't want to do anything.
Becky's breaking stuff.
What? Not just cocaine? What's this all about? Yeah, it's canceled. Don't even, don't
it up,
go,
I'll
hey,
tell you.
don't go there with me. I'm sorry.
Strangest of times.
Man.
You can't make it up.
They did.
We can open the door and listen to the tunes while
Yeah, yeah.
we go in between.
Careful my opinion around here.
Oh, God.
All the way down.
There's a will, there's a way, right?
Is it gonna work?
All right, let's see.
Oh.
I gotta share my screen
Wait a
here.
minute, why isn't it coming up? It says set Microsoft Edge as
Yeah,
the
don't,
default.
Oh. Now all your PDFs are gonna open in Microsoft Edge. You're gonna have to go back into your settings.
Change it, okay, thanks.
It's fine, but you can change it eventually.
Follow it.
Okay, let me share my screen with
I follow it.
Karsten
I follow it
here.
on a daily basis.
All right, we're,
Oh,
Okay.
look at you.
Let's go.
And, fancy.
I wasn't around on this one.
Hey.
It was in the cloud.
Yeah. Ed and I were there back in 2001 with
all right.
him.
how do I-
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna zoom out just a little bit so you can see the whole thing, and then Glenn, you can
Thank
tell me
you
to zoom
again.
in or let me know.
Thank you. So to go back in time, actually, this piece was cut out of what now is the town park land. Originally, let's see, Waterman Associates had work on it. I know Mr. Jalbert had some work on this. Your long agenda does talk about some of that prehistory, '07. But that steep cut all the way to our left-hand side of the west, that's a drop down of 35 to the original sediment areas, basins at the bottom of the slope for the gravel pit turned into vernal pools. I saw them with the amphibian eggs in the mostly
Back here.
spotted salamander and wood frog in the spring of '21. We flagged all the pools. I think there's 9 of them down in there. I'm sure your peer reviewer will look at that. We flagged the edge of the wetlands there, then we moved all structure over 200 feet from vernal pools at the toe of the slope, and again, down in that pit. The wetland to the direct north of the driveway into the west of New Boston Road is the wetland we looked at with the vernal pools in it. That would be on the up gradient of, or north of the, where you see the driveway snaking down from
You
Boston.
mean,
Boston.
Glenn, right here?
Oh, I'm sorry, here we go. Glenn, stop this stuff.
There we go.
Right here is that pooling area that we were studying, that one right there and one right there. Those people gave us permission to work on the pooling area that was here. This one right here was just on-site. So that we finally concluded that that wasn't a vernal pool. It's drained because this cut right here is from the gravel pit that went up and down through here. So I have pools all along the base of this slope. And again, they were settling areas, and I'm sure at some point I'd like to walk all down there with you to see it. We can get in from down here. There's an access to your parkland, and then there's a driveway that allows you to get down into here. So it's not too hard to get to, or you just go over that slope and down into it. This is the other wetland that's also drained. It's actually turning upland plants all along through here and over along these edges because the water table in this 2-minute perk rate gravel has dropped away because of this steep cut. We have some head cut, which is a term right here, which means that when the water leaves this wetland area, it's eating back into the pooling area, just to make a point. And over in here, which you're not showing on the edge of the property, there's an old farmer's pond, which is filled with sediment now. And I bring that up because there's a potential to turn that back into a vernal pool. And also there's a potential to stop this head cut by using boulders to stop it from eating back into the wetland system as it goes over and drops over the slope, a 4-foot drop in here, which is eating back into this area. A couple points that I saw could be of benefit. This is an isolated wetland. Here's our bordering vegetated wetland. Your peer reviewers, I'm sure, will look at that. Here's my wetland line going along the edge here. And here's my wetland line going along the edge in here, in here. And again, that other wetland line is at the base of this slope. We kept the house and all.
Right, doesn't look very isolated.
This one is isolated. It's not connected. It's not overland hydrologically connected. We'll go down and look at that. This is dominated by upland vegetation, 80%. This is a ridge that's white pines, and that's why it's a slope leading down to both sides. There was a comment in, I call it your long agenda. I'm not sure what you call it, but there was a comment. Whatever.
Close enough.
What do you
Long
call it?
enough. Detailed.
Detailed agenda. Thank you, the detailed agenda. We kept this roadway here, as far as the roadway, 50 feet from that wetland and 50 feet from this. The slopes also are outside the 25. It looks like it's tight, and I called Jay Dubois to make sure he clearly defines that 25, that we're not in the 25, because in the detailed agenda, we're tight here, and if we have to bring this up by 2 feet inland, we're staying outside your 25 on both sides. But at this location, we are within 50 because there's a narrow neck of this ridge.
To zoom in there, or? you want me
We're
to?
gonna all see it when we get there, but that's, I believe, where it's very tight and to your 25. But my objective with my clients and my engineer was to keep outside the 25, but we couldn't keep outside the 50 there, but we have over here. And so
So how big is the lot they're building on?
it's 10 and a half acres.
It goes like that?
Yeah, it's linear up to a property line right here, and it's all the way back here, and it encompasses, do we have the lower part of the plan, maybe?
Yep.
Thank you. There. So thank you again. So along here to here to here, we have an inflow coming from that horse farm area across the street here. And there's another so that, and there, let me see, is this thing dead? No. Oh, there it is. Okay. So there's an inflow right here. That's a wetland line coming up to the road. And there's another wetland line right in here at the corner, which comes from across the street. There's two inflows to this here, to this wetland system. There's no inflows to that wetland system. And they all discharge out right here. These two systems and the groundwater does discharge here.
All right,
That's that.
continuation?
Please, there will be, and because you're going to be looking at peer review and quotes.
Yeah, yeah, so I'd say do.
I don't want Eric going down there.
What's that?
I don't want Eric going down there.
You remember what happened the last time?
Snake can never come back down there.
Not as bad as 150 Charlton Road.
Is the driveway area staked?
Anything you're looking for, the house four corners and the driveway toes,
Yeah.
we'll get them staked before
Okay.
any site is.
Yeah, limit of work.
We did take a little walk out there and
Okay,
nothing was marked, so. I was
Okay.
just looking to see if I
House-
was not finding things, but
to the chairman, house corners and along the driveway staked, will be staked.
You gonna do limit of work? Like a limit of work
Yeah.
staking?
That's a lot of limit of work. If you don't mind, we might flag it with LO limit of work,
Yeah.
LOW.
yeah.
And, but the toe slope of drives, especially, obviously, anywhere, but here and here, if that's what you're looking for, we'll make sure to define this whole limit.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to
And
be
going
every
in there.
10 feet.
And
They
then
can
it
be
ends.
spaced out
There's a
pretty
septic
decently.
proposed in there too, but that's all coarse gravel with no water table.
All right.
Yeah, just do the limit of work over here. It's probably fairly a straight line. All right, so I recommend, it's a big property with a lot of wetland lines out here, that we have a peer review done. Because our next meeting isn't until August 24th, I would ask that the board let me solicit proposals, bring that back, and allow me to choose someone. Obviously, I'd share everything with Glenn and his clients. That way we can get this, moving forward and not have to wait until the next meeting to choose a peer reviewer, if the applicant's
ahead.
okay with that, too.
I'm not interrupting you.
Yeah.
No, I was waiting for you, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And so the only thing, so the limit of work will be all flagged out, but the house corners, I think we'll stake those four. So
Okay.
you understand that, but the
We're having
rest
a peer,
should,
we're
could be-
just having a peer review of the limit of work, right?
yeah,
The
No,
houses, if
the
we're going to
wetland
be out there
line,
with
but at the
the
same.
The wetland line?
Yes, but at the same time, we need that staked, so when we go
That's
out and
what I
do a
wanted to
site
clarify,
visit,
yeah.
yeah.
so I'm going to have Mr. Dubois,
Yeah,
because I
stake
want to
it.
be clear if possible, because many times the limit of work could be pink ribbons every 25 feet along that entire limit of work, and then staking out the four corners of the house, so to ensure that because that might be 100 oak stakes depending, but we just staked out ECs, erosion control lines, and if it's clear and we number them 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and all the way along, and we get that full limit of work, I think a flag ribbon line of limit of work.
That's fine. I think
Potentially.
that's fine
And then
in
the
this
four
situation.
corners of the house.
Yeah, when we say staked, it doesn't necessarily have to be the stakes, the situation, that's fine.
Clearly numbered in ribbons so that you know exactly that limit.
Perfect.
In the solicitation, can we ask the peer reviewer to look at the subdivided plans from 2007 and give an opinion on whether or not that subdivision created the hardship that you had referenced? I'd be curious to see and just validate that that is not the case.
So with that, with the regulations, look at
Right.
regulations and that, yep.
Yep. Yep.
Right? So with that, motion to continue.
Well, do we need to make a motion first to
Oh.
request
We can do
a
that. I
was gonna do it as
peer review?
What?
Sorry, I had it in the notes, but has there been any work done for citing that septic system out there?
No, there hasn't, because we have digging all through there, even the face of the gravel pit is all evident. This is it's actually lower than a 2-minute perk rate. It's bank gravel. We're confident, but we can look at that. There's a potential that if the town, and we request the town to come in, because your property with that access to the parkland butts directly against this.
Yep.
Our easiest way in there, because of the steepness of the slope, would be to go down the town access with a Mini and just come directly left and in without taking any trees down. So that I've looked at the access route, it's pretty cut and
Okay.
dry. But we'd have to go to the town to ask if we can access through there.
Okay. So back to Eric's point,
Like to make a motion to request a peer review of the resource area verification, and also include in that a review of the 2007 subdivision to verify whether or not a hardship was created at that point in time.
all right, but let's put in there what your detail was about, you're going to select 3, and you're going to go to the applicant,
As long as Eric's good with that.
and they're going to pick one with you, and you're going to proceed,
Yep.
okay?
And that.
Quick question.
Yep, sure.
Can that be done before the next meeting?
That's the plan.
That's
That's
the
our
plan.
plan.
That's what we're
Yep,
working
to get
on.
that going, yep.
If I might, because I apologize for not introducing him. This is
Yeah.
Mr. LeBlanc, Ken LeBlanc, and this is his daughter, and I think it's the son-in-law now, but in this whole process, it was the future son-in-law.
Born and raised in Sturbridge, I get a kick out of that son. Sturbridge like a local.
27-year Sturbridge resident. I grew up on Allen Road in Sturbridge. My parents are still residents there, so we have every good intention of
Right around the corner.
Thank you.
Nice.
building our first home together there.
Excellent.
All right?
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So, okay, so that's your motion, Eric?
Yes,
Oh, let me
And
do
do I-
with your addendum.
Yeah, and do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Any comments from the applicant?
All set.
All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Carson Stuber in favor.
Good.
And with regards to the property at, what was that, 263? New Boston Road, I'd like to make a motion to issue a continuance until the 24th of August.
Second the motion.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Carson Stuber in favor.
Thank you.
You guys have any questions?
Nope, we're
No?
all set. Thank you
Good.
very much.
Folks.
Thank you.
We're even up to it.
That'll be a nice home site, but it's strange water down there as far as,
It's a strange property.
it is a strange
Supported
property.
as a child growing up there, everything, so I know it inside and out.
Thank you a lot. Appreciate it.
All right, we are now
You kids.
at 7 PM, 60 Farquhar Road, continued. Notice of intent, accessory building with tree removal, DEP file number 300-1165.
So just a quick summary, we talked about this at the last meeting. We pretty much had everything we needed, except we needed the DEP file number. Natural Heritage also weighed in, and we were just waiting for a couple revisions to that site plan. We did receive everything, so I would, if Glenn wants to add anything, I'll let him, but I would recommend that close the public hearing and approve the project with our standard orders of conditions, and then the replacement planting as shown. Replacement plantings to be installed at the same time as the project is completed, before the end of the growing season of the same year if the work is completed outside of the growing season, preferably. Required to survive 1 year, no pruning, landscape maintenance of the shrubs, so they naturalize and are left alone. Erosion control, installation and maintenance throughout the construction until we approve the removal, and the same thing under the local bylaw. Is there anything you want to add, Glenn, or?
No, thank you. We did add that extra wetland line in across the street that you
Yep.
were requesting
Yep,
also.
in the driveway line too.
Thank you,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
All right?
The only question I had, Beck, is just with regards to this building versus a single-family home and the bond. Do we feel like being just a garage?
Yeah, that's something that, right, we need to talk about the bonds and when we do them or not, but because it's a developed site and it's an accessory structure, I wasn't going to recommend it in
Okay.
this situation.
Okay, no, that's fine.
agree with
I just
Yeah.
noticed that it wasn't in there, just wanted to ask a question, and when we formalize that, Ted, then we can talk about that, right? Good. So, all right, cool.
All right.
No other comments?
Anybody else have any comments? Hearing none, motion to close the public hearing?
Do we need to check with the public first, or?
Anyone in the audience that'd like to speak on 60 Farquhar Road?
I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second the motion. to close the
Discussion?
public.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
With regards to 60 Farquhar Road, DEP file number 300-1165, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Wetland Protection Act with the standard conditions and the replacement plantings and the erosion controls as lined out by the agent.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Roy, any?
Nope.
Karsten, any? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
With regards to the project at 60 Farquhar Road, I'd like to, DEP file number 300-1165, I would like to make a motion to approve the project pursuant to the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the same conditions as noted above or before under the Wetland Protection Act.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
One day, and it's not this day, I will know the difference between when we have to vote twice and when we have to vote once, but thank you for continuing to remind us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it again.
All right. We're now at 7:05, 244 Podunk Road. Notice of intent, construction of a single-family house. DP file number 300, and we don't have a number.
Lenny, that's you.
Oh, we received them already.
244 Podunk Road. I know. Do you
Well, you can still present and go over it and see if they have any.
We moved your seat over there today.
If the Adobe doesn't work when we do Blueberry Hills,
Oh, no.
well, we don't really need the
You can
plans
bring it up
probably.
on the online.
No.
agenda is online, so you have the colored plan and all these.
Come on, Lenny, these are billable hours.
Very good.
Just for the record, we have proof of legal ad and abutter notifications. You want the view this way, or do you want me to turn it?
No, I can read that way. Leonard Jalbert from Jalbert Engineering, presenting the property located at 244 Podunk Road, owned by the Rices. What it is that they have a 10-acre site which is being built upon with a single-family home, and it's located northerly of Podunk Road and actually westerly of the Podunk Pike. The house itself completely out of the 100-foot setback by the state, and the septic system's completely out of the state jurisdiction. However, the access running from Podunk Road through the pipe, Podunk 49 in the northerly direction, cuts into area that is close to the wetland area. Therefore, we filed a notice of intent for the property for the construction basically of the access way off of Podunk Road into the site itself. Outside of that, the construction of the home and the septic system is strictly within the purview of the town of Sturbridge regulations. The wetland flags were done roughly 5 years ago. We reflagged it just to show the delineation that was done. The site itself was done basically by by McClure in Charlton. They did the subdivision plus the work for the construction of the site, and they showed the wetland areas on the site itself. So what we did is we reflagged the flagging that was done, which was done many years ago. And now we got a letter from DEP which stating that they want us to go through the wetland flagging delineation, which is basically 3 years old from the time they passed their regulations, which were done in July of this year. I'm saying if we have to do it, we will do it, but what I'm saying, it's actually a redundancy in that we didn't do the work originally, but we would have to do it over again, and it's quite costly to have to go through the whole thing over
Lenny,
again.
that was just an email from me about the data sheets, letting you know that we gotta make sure we include those, and they have new requirements. So,
Well,
I mean, I walked out there,
know. It just came available, the new requirements is in July of this year.
yeah.
You know, this is
The new
July.
forms, the new forms just came out, but,
It's a new form?
yeah, there's a new form and a handbook. I was telling you that for moving forward, make sure that you include the data sheets, and I was giving you the link to use the new
We
one.
would have to, we'd have to reproduce the data sheets.
This is
I wasn't saying,
reproduce a delineation?
no, I think, I wasn't saying it had to be done for this project. I was just saying to make sure that moving forward, that you include the data sheets, and when someone does the delineation, they need to use the new ones moving forward. I don't think we need to redo it for here.
How has the delineation requirement changed?
I sent you all there's a whole thing about it. There's actually a workshop on Saturday if you want to go.
I'd love to.
I'll resend everything to you.
I was gonna say, I got that email, and I
went to it.
Yeah.
Two.
I'll resend all that to you, Ed. There's a whole
No.
new, no? All right.
I have it.
Continuing?
So where are we, Lenny?
So, okay, with the construction of the single-family home, which is, should be here. Is this thing, oh yeah, which is right here, and then
Becky, can you put that up?
and the leach field, which is right in here, this line coming through here is the,
Share it.
is
Sorry,
the,
Carson.
okay.
Becky, can you put it up?
Yep,
Yeah,
I'm
putting it
working
up.
on it. Ooh, not that one, not that one.
It's the same one we saw on site, Carson.
Right, this line right, and God dang it, does this thing work out? This line right here, this yellow line, that's the actual erosion control barrier itself. And then the 100-foot line, which is right down just below that, right there, goes across where the leaching field is and where the house is. So you can see that everything is outside of the 100 feet, and no work or disturbance within that whole area will be done within 100 feet. So I don't know what to say. The percolation test was done. The rates on the percolation test were between 8 minutes and 50 minutes,
We
which,
don't need that.
okay. I'm just saying, that's why it's so large.
Yeah.
You know? It's,
Yeah.
that's
We
it.
said that.
So the access road itself will be staying on grade all the way from Podunk Road all the way through to the property. And on the easterly side, the road will be pitching to the westerly side, which is towards the wetlands. We didn't put culverts within the roadway itself, mainly because we want to maintain the actual normal flow from 49 going in that direction to the wetland and keep it as sheet flow and not any point discharge onto the site itself, which would level off everything as far as drainage is concerned. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Anybody have any questions?
None.
No, I think this is okay.
Becky, any questions?
I don't have any questions. Lenny did revise the plan after we did the site walk. The only thing is that the driveway surface wasn't shown to be paved on here. That would be the only thing you could, he did state that on site. If we had a file number, I just had it as a note to add it as a condition, that it would be pavement there and that it would be pitched to allow sheet flow on the property. So I have no concerns otherwise.
So we are looking for a continuation here?
I don't think we have any choice. I request, well, we don't have a number.
That's my point.
Procedural.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You still have to ask for one.
I request a continuation until the
August 24th.
24th. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion with regards to the project at 244 Podunk Road that we issue a continuance until the 24th of August.
Second the motion.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Great. We'll see you next time, Lenny.
Oh, he's on again.
Well,
Oh,
right now, he
I
stays
meant that,
there.
didn't I?
Right.
All right. 60 Main, 715, 60 Main Street, continuation, notice of intent, commercial parking lot, DEP file number 300-1164.
So this is a continuation from a couple meetings ago. There were a few things that were required through DEP, stormwater checklist and some analysis, fee things that they looked for. And then we also had discussion about the parking lot and the addition, since this would require waiver, the addition of some mitigation plantings as well as curbs or split rail fence or something to stop plowing to prevent snow being pushed out. So all of those modifications to the plan and things that were required by DEP were submitted. We did look at this. They've made the improvements to the stormwater that we talked about too, and they've got all those plantings on there. I would recommend moving forward with this and that you can issue orders of conditions for it. Let me just find my notes here. Right, so under the Wetlands Protection Act, we'd have our standard pre-construction, during work conditions, and completion conditions. The replacement plantings as shown, replacement plantings to be installed at the same time of project before end of growing season of same year that the work is completed. Required to survive for 1 year, no pruning, landscape maintenance of the shrubs. In addition, since this is a commercial parking lot, it has an operation maintenance plan, there's requirements, we'd have some perpetual conditions for those, that the property owner does that maintenance that's required for the upkeep of those. And then under the bylaw, I'd also recommend approval with the conditions that I noted, in addition to a surety bond for this project, to make sure that gets completed, and that would be released upon the issuance of the complete certificate of compliance. For this one, we did $2,500, and I did that based off of that last project that we looked at, but that's up to the discretion of the board, because we do have stormwater system and the mitigation requirements here.
You don't really mean 2,500 recommended for mitigation plantings?
No, is that what I said?
Yeah.
Well, what she meant was the mitigation plantings
Are a requirement.
required, so
And the
the
stormwater is,
surety bond is for ensuring the completion of that.
So you're saying, yes, Ed, you're correct.
Yes.
Okay, so hyphen slash whatever.
And that's at your discretion how you want
Yeah.
to handle that.
Yeah.
Just remind me about the snow storage area. Was there, huh?
That was you.
I know.
You were concerned about a pile of snow on the.
Right, yeah, I'm just trying to,
So he added curbs
What was
here.
added?
He added curbs here just
Yeah.
to make it so that way they can't plow.
Oh,
You know,
I
he's
know
showing
it's
this.
me.
I think the snow storage didn't change from the last plan. This
That's
big
what it says,
circle
snow
there.
storage
Yeah,
right
that's where
there.
you were worried.
Yeah, but it would be,
Snow
if
there.
they're plowing, it would just plow up until the curb right there. If you're
Where do they
satisfied.
go with the rest of it?
Well,
You've been working there, right?
You know, the thing is, that the plowing, there's only four parking spaces right in this area here, and they're going right into the
Snow
back.
blower.
There,
Yeah,
there's not
small.
that much to plow out of that
Okay.
thing. It's a very small site.
You got a handyman or anything
I'm
that
talking
might
about
do
the
that
whole
for
site
you?
plan com-
There you go.
The whole site landing coming down.
Yeah,
You
you'll
know,
probably get that
the
done.
site that flooded how many times in your being in there?
I think 3 times on the lot next door.
Way in the back, that
Way
back
up,
parking
right,
lot.
right.
But this is where it flows, right?
Well, it flowed from that side over at Westerly and then to the next lot, which is lot 62.
Okay, can you
Which is
put
on the
it up?
westerly side of parcel 62, which crossed the street.
Sorry, Carsten. You got to keep telling us.
all right. So with those additional barriers, there's no push that's gonna go in there, so that's all I was really concerned about, so
Yeah.
we're good. All right,
Done a nice job with the building.
Yeah, I don't think there's any.
yeah, okay. That's all I had, thanks.
Good.
Good. Carsten, you all set with this now that you've seen it?
Yeah,
I am too. We have a motion to close the public hearing.
Anyone in the audience?
Anybody in the audience like to speak to this? Thanks.
All right, motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second the motion.
Discussion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
All right.
With regard to the project at 60 Main Street, DEP file number 300-1164, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Wetland Protection Act with the conditions laid out by the agent in the detailed agenda.
I'll second the motion.
Right. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
All right.
With regards to the project at 60 Main Street, DEP file number 300-1164, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Sturbridge Wetland bylaws with the agent's notes noted above in the Wetland Protection Act application and the addition of the additional $2,500 surety bond to be released at issuance of certificate of compliance.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion?
I have just discussion. It just,
All in favor?
I have discussion.
I'm sorry.
Just
go
had
ahead.
just
I
some
didn't-
discussion, just on the amount of.
Sorry, what?
You asked about discussion. I
These
just.
guys are concealing you.
No, it's like $2,500 for 6 bushes just seems like a lot. Just, again, that's another purpose for why we need a bond schedule.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was going to say
And,
something. and then I-
Right, that's it.
So if you're not opposed to it, then I'm not gonna fight it for you, but.
No, please.
Well, you need to speak up to stuff like that if you think it's unfair. Your
I mean, if that's
agent.
what it was gonna be, it is what it is, but I mean, I do think that that's a lot.
Well, it's the plantings and it's the.
I understand it's the
stormwater, but
mitigation of
right.
it. but-
Until you guys have
So
a
you make sure it
schedule.
gets done. We're tying up capital is what we're doing, but, that's again, why I think that.
All right, so I will amend, I will withdraw my motion for now. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
And
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would $1,000
I'd like to
be
make an adjustment to $750 or $1,000.
750?
Yeah.
You're okay? Oh, okay. So I will accept the
Just make the motion with
yeah, I'd
750.
like to make the same motion on, under DEP file number 300-1164, under the Sturbridge Wetlands Bylaw at 60 Main Street. I'd like to make a motion to approve the project with the conditions and the bond at $750.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none? Anybody in the audience? Seeing none? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor?
Ware Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
All right. We are now at 50 Bennett's Road.
51.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Very
Oh,
excited.
your mother is.
Oh, she'll be very relieved. Thank you guys so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
51 Bennett's Road, we have an RDA, tree removal, and house addition, second floor.
Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, thank you.
Means he's going to send you a bill.
Moving, we're gonna remove the tree from the second floor?
What's that?
No, just looking at the project. Tree removal and house addition on the second floor.
So, I don't think we have anyone here. I don't know if there's anyone online for Liam in his absence. The property owner did say he wasn't going to be able to attend. He was traveling out of state and got delayed, so he's not able to join tonight. I did say I have everything we need to open the public hearing, so because of the nature and size of the project, I said I could present it for him if someone didn't show up. So if the board's okay with that.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, all right.
Looks pretty straightforward.
Yep, it's pretty straightforward. So I have the site plan up here. I'm just gonna, wanted to make sure I had it for Karsten. So what this is, we have a,
Gonna share it.
project is, I did share it, yeah. I didn't stop sharing this time, and that was the problem, because I stopped sharing. But this is a cottage on Lead Mine Pond. We got the site plan here. What he's doing, it's not marked on here, but we did see them on site. There's some dead trees he's having removed, and then he's actually going to be raising the second floor of this cottage, so taking off the roof, building a second floor. We went out there. I did talk to the property owner to clarify which trees it was. It was the two that we were looking at. And also did talk to him about some of the erosion that we noted on the site. He's open to some options for mitigating for that roof runoff. I had just kind of briefly mentioned we did drip strips and sometimes Cultex. There's a lot of trees there, so that might be an issue. So what I would recommend is that we could approve this and just add a condition. We did this for a similar project, that they develop a roof runoff mitigation plan or something of that nature that they submit for approval for the project site.
I think we also talked about erosion control
Yeah,
On,
you're right, I
uh,
forgot to add that.
on that lake side of that
Yeah.
property, and I
Yeah.
think it's on this lower side part of that boundary line.
Yeah, you're right, I
corner.
forgot to put that on there, so we can add the erosion control. So it's a determination. I would recommend, issuing determination negative number 3 with conditions, standard pre-work sign-off, conditions, no stump removal, addition of erosion controls, and then the mitigation plan for the roof runoff. It'd be a positive 2B. We are not doing a resource area approval at this time for this site, and a positive number 5 with the conditions I noted above.
Yeah, just a comment. I agree with all that. The only thing I would say is that the mitigation for the roof runoff is going to be serious. If you look at the drop down to the lake and what they have on either side for room. So I don't know if we need some detention basins on the high side or what, but we can talk about that when
It comes in.
before.
Yep.
I agree with that.
I just wanted to make it. All right. With that, any other comments?
Is there anyone in the audience or on the public line here that would like to comment on the RDA for 51 Bennett's Road?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
With regards to the project at 51 Bennett's Road, I'd like to make a motion to issue a determination of a -3 with the agent's stated conditions, a positive 2B, and a positive number 5 with the agent's stated conditions.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Great. All right.
Next.
Time are we at?
7:30.
7:30, huh? We are. 7:37, 7 minutes off the pace. All right?
Okay.
We have 68 Paradise Lane, we have a notice of intent, raise and rebuild of a lakefront home, DEP file number 1155. Owner is Jeffrey Buchanan, representative is Scott Morrison, Ecotech. Request is to issue a CLC.
Zoom out here. So,
All set?
You're on.
yeah, go ahead.
Good evening. Just for the record, Scott Morrison from Ecotech. I think we made some good progress at the last meeting, as well as the site walk. So we've got this, for some reason I can never, there we go. So if you recall, this is the alternative location for the house that we showed at the last meeting. It was essentially lined up a little bit further this way. So we twisted that to kind of center it between the two wetlands on either side. So we made that revision. We're still proposing infiltration units, one in the front here, underneath the driveway, and one along the lakeside, just to get you back familiar with the site. This is the retaining wall along the lake. Up here is Paradise Lane. It's kind of forested along this side here. This side's got some forest up near the road, and then it's generally lawn through here. So we made those revisions. We've got the a proposed water quality treatment unit here, so that any water that comes down off the street enters here, provides some cleansing before it discharges to the wetland along the side here. We also propose some cleanup. There's some sediment in the stream underneath the culvert that comes in under the roadway here, so we're proposing to restore that. We are also proposing restoration plantings in here. So if you recall, this is existing lawn, it's delineated as wetland. It's been lawn since the 40s and 50s when the existing house was constructed. So this is proposed to be restored, replanted. We provided a detailed planting plan there. Similar over here. You've got the well that needs to be abandoned properly, and then we're also proposing to restore the plantings here. Based upon the Conservation Commission site walk, we've eliminated the shrub, and anything below 5 inches in diameter we're going to leave. These are the dead and dying hemlock, ash. I think there was one birch in there as well that was all dead, so those will come out to prevent falling over the road or on the structure. I think that's a pretty good summary.
The piers.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we also provided an alternatives analysis regarding piers versus full foundation. If you recall, we were proposing a full foundation under this house. We spoke with the architect, looked at the assessment of potentially doing piers for the entire house. It's a significant amount of piers. Roughly 28 would be required. And the big issue that he brought up, that was brought up also by Pete Engel and others, that there's nothing that protects utilities, so water, sewer. There would be no, if you don't have a full foundation, there's really nothing to protect that. If you, for instance, you were in the house, there was a crack in the sewer line, it's a pump sewer system, it cracks in cold weather, you could easily have that flowing right into the lake. So what we've done is kind of a hybrid. So we've got a foundation in the portion further away from the lake, and then this portion here, closest to the lake, will be on piers. So this will allow for utilities, frost protection for those utilities, but also kind of a hybrid system that areas that don't necessarily need to be protected will install the piers. So I think it's kind of the best of both worlds. It limits the disturbance closer to the lake, but also provides the full foundation and frost protection that's required. The proposed driveway is pervious surface, so that will be all pervious. So again, we provided a detailed letter addressing kind of each and every comment that was provided by the Conservation Commission. So we changed the house configuration and layout as I just discussed. We're treating road runoff. We're providing roof infiltration. We're providing restoration of the wetlands. We've got detailed planting plans and details in this letter. We've marked the trees to be cut, and as I indicated, anything smaller than 5-inch DBH will remain. We provided the alternatives analysis, which I just described regarding piers, full foundation, and the hybrid, which we've proposed. We've provided a construction narrative sequence, which was requested at the last meeting. So I think we've addressed all those. There were some staff notes, staff comments, which I can go through, kind of the important ones. Again, discussing the trees where we've kind of pulled back and only cutting dead and dying trees and leaving anything 5-inch DBH will remain. There was questions regarding the mitigation. We provided detailed analysis on the standards for small lakefront lots, which we fully comply with. Again, we've designed the project based upon the feedback from the commission at the last meeting, and then we've made further revisions for the trees based upon the Conservation Commission site walk. We have a draft of an O&M plan which we can provide for the stormwater quality unit that we can certainly provide. There was a comment regarding sediment removed from the stream. It was proposed the sediment remove, and then they call for riprap to be installed in there. If it's an issue, we can just simply remove not even propose the riprap. Notice of intent is consistent with what we've got for temporary impacts. It's just solely temporary impacts to the wetland, consisting of removing, there's a stone wall here, so they'll propose removal of the stone walls there, and then just that restoration, cleanup of the sediment in the stream there. The well will be decommissioned in accordance with Board of Health and Mass DEP standards. There was a question about, providing additional restoration of all the wetlands. The only wetland that we didn't provide full restoration was a small portion of the wetland downgrading of this well over in through here. It's been lawn since the 40s and 50s when the house was constructed. We're providing mitigation here, and we're going to abandon that well, and I think everybody, including the peer reviewer, agree that this is a sole caused by this well overtopping and flowing out, so that will be abandoned. There was a question about the footing drain. So the footing drain goes around the house and discharges right here. If the commission wants, we could split that and provide one that comes out here and one that perhaps comes out to feed this wetland. We don't anticipate a lot of flow coming out of these things. It's just kind of a overflow. I have one at my house. It flows maybe 3 days a year, kind of trickles out. But if the commission insists or would rather, we can split that. It's clean groundwater, minimum flows, very low flow velocity, and there's a small stone pad that's proposed, which we think sufficient to address that. And then again, we meet the small lakefront lot standards. There was also a question that was raised again, I think, in the commission agent's report suggesting another peer review, but I think the commission at the last meeting agreed that that's not necessary. We had the wetland delineation reviewed, and we've designed the project based upon that, so we don't feel that additional peer review is necessary. At that point, I'd be happy to answer questions. I went through a lot of material, but I think, based upon the last meeting, we've addressed every comment that the commission had and made, major revisions to the plan to address those comments.
Is
That's it.
Becky?
Great. No, my note was just that commission needs to decide if you want additional peer review, not that I didn't recommend that you need it at this point. So just it's up to you. You said at the last meeting, I just wanted to remind you that that's what you commented on. So I think at this point, I think the commission needs to decide if they think the project meets the standards. Doing the math on the footprint of the house, it is essentially almost doubling the footprint of the house that's there. It is all within the 25-foot no disturb. I don't need to go back through all the notes that we talked about here. I think the biggest challenge I see too is how do you put a footing and a foundation in here with how small the work area will be. We do have some projects ongoing right now, and one actually is another smaller lot that has more work area, and it's very challenging for them to get that in there. So I think that's going to be a big concern, how you work around the limit of work with the house footprint in order to construct it. Dewatering, things like that are important throughout construction to consider. So that's why I was recommending some type of, pilings, piers to put it on, because it would avoid all of that work and probably a significant cost associated with that too. And that could help show that there wouldn't be any impact here too. So I think the board needs to decide if they're comfortable with the project scope and if it meets the standards as proposed.
Eric?
So maybe you addressed this, but I didn't hear it. With regards to the crawl space, what's the height?
I think it's 5.5 feet.
Okay.
The architect's online, you can
Yeah,
ask
the
him.
architect is online, so we can ask him directly if,
So Beck, you could stand in it, but I could not.
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah, it's, this is Michael Halley Design. So the furthest part of the house facing the water, that's the part that's on piers. Underneath that area is about a height of 5 feet clear, and certainly the grade slopes back towards the street. When the foundation is poured, the footings need to be 4 feet below the grade at its highest point, if you will, or lowest point, if you will. So the footing is going to be down quite a bit. We can get, if we choose to, 6 foot, 7 inches of clearance down there. We certainly would like some additional storage, given the small footprint of the house. But most importantly, there's going to be ductwork and pipes and everything else coming from the ceiling. And, somebody's got to get under there and service it. And again, we're hoping to do a really good job of keeping moisture out of there. But the height can be, right down to the footing of the foundation. But again, it's one of those, we're going to see what we get when we start digging.
Do you have any experience, Michael, with hybrid foundations like this?
Well, certainly, you think about a regular house with a deck on it, right? So this 14 by 10-ish, addition at the waterfront, we'll have a floor frame on it. We'll probably use pressure-treated wood, and then there'll be 3 piers there down below. The floor will be flush the whole way, and again, I don't see any issues varying the two foundation types.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to the drainage out of the footings, I mean, it sounds like the applicant is willing to do the two. I'm just curious, is there a significant amount of flow anticipated out of the footings for the drainage? And what's the net benefit of going to two versus one?
I think Peter may be best to answer that.
Hey, Peter, you're on mute. Yeah.
There you go.
As far as the footing drains, I mean, it's very low velocity flow, low quantity of flow. It would only, during times of high groundwater is when there's going to be water coming out of that pipe, but it's going to come out of that pipe as it's a perforated pipe around the foundation. It's only going to come out of that pipe as the groundwater comes up. It's not going to be, a full 4-inch pipe of water, shooting out. Going to two, I don't know if there's really any benefit other than maybe splitting the flow to the two wetlands. As far as velocities, we show a 2x2 kind of stone outfall there, which is plenty sufficient for the expected velocities of groundwater coming out of that flat footing drain. But really the only benefit would be to split where that water's going between the two wetlands. It's not, erosion is not going to be a concern there.
Pete, do you know what the high groundwater level is there? I mean, I only recommended it because actually the one that's under construction, they actually have a major issue with their footing right now and the water and coming in, and they're actually adding an extra like Coltech unit to handle that footing drain. So if there is high groundwater, because it was essentially all a wetland, that's the reason I put the two, so. But do you know where that groundwater is?
I mean, it's really not extremely deep. Probably, upwards of 3 feet where the house is. Where we have the footing drain outletting is going to be the same elevation of the actual footing elevation. There's going to be 4 feet of material over that footing, and there's we're predicting about 2 feet of fill in that area. So the footing drain is going to be at groundwater maybe. Could be even a little bit higher because we're trying to raise the whole site to keep the house dry. I mean, adding a second footing drain is not a big deal. I would not expect us to need to put some kind of detention for any kind of footing dewatering device.
Okay, thank you.
Ted?
It seems like they continue to make the right type of adjustments to fit this property. I'm happy to see the restoration. I'm happy to see the drainage catch basin systems, the pullback, and I like the fact that you've gone to the hybrid model. That's good. What would be underneath that? So it can be more like a deck as described by Michael, or?
That's part, it'll be like an it'll make like a 3-season room, and like underneath it on the ground will just be gravel, I guess.
So yeah, it'll be exposed underneath.
Just exposed, there's nothing under there that you can't, it's too short to live or to have anything under there. So I think you just put gravel, so it's, it's permeable. Yeah, I mean, the architect doesn't, it didn't like like piers for, all the reasons we've talked about in multiple meetings, but I suggested this to try to accommodate the request for, piers so that in the part that is in the 50-foot line and,
Right.
towards the lake, we have piers.
Almost.
Roy?
The only thing I would comment on is, so they're doubling the footprint, and they're in with, all of it is within the 25-foot no disturb. Is that right?
Yeah, the whole site's within 25 feet.
Yeah. So, but the mitigation that they have around that, it seems to me is sufficient for doubling the size of it. I mean, otherwise, we owe them, the only alternative is just build it on the same footprint that they have. Right? It's either they have the right mitigation or they don't, and it seems to me that they have the right changes in the lot to
Other than the foundation.
compensate, though, for within the 25-foot buffer. Or no disturb.
I mean, if we built on the existing footprint, it would only be 700 square feet. We would have to do a foundation because there's no place to put any mechanical. So you'd be putting the foundation like right now where we have like piers. Because at 700 square feet, there's no room for anything. And
Right.
you have to have a regular basement or at least a tall crawl space to have all the mechanical. So we've tried to push things back and have the front just on piers.
Was my only comment.
Well, in looking at it, I feel that you've expanded the house beyond the capability of the lot. I think that the lake and quality of the water is threatened by it. I think you need to look at a smaller house, and you need to look at more consistent piers and push it back. I can't say it any other way. I mean, if you walk around the small house that's there, it's wet everywhere.
It's not wet to that side.
And keep in mind, too, that, it's designed to include stormwater improvements. Right now, there's no treatment of any water that's coming off that road. So we've got a stormwater unit, provide some treatment, swales that into the wetlands. So I think that, along with the infiltration, provides a significant benefit to the water that's going to reach the lake. So
This was built, what, 1846? Is that what you said?
No, it was 1940s.
Yep.
1940, yeah. The other concern I have is the current well. I think that is a resource to the lake. And, the actions you take on that would be critical.
And that's why it's going to be properly decommissioned. So it's going to be decommissioned in accordance with Board of Health and Mass DEP regulations.
How does
Has to be
Mass
decommissioned,
DEP
doesn't
tell
it?
you to decommission it?
Excuse me?
How does Mass DEP tell you to decommission?
So you'll have to pull out there's an existing pump and pipes in there. You pull those out, and then it's going to be backfilled with stone, gravel. A lot of times, they'll require you to put at least a layer of like bentonite in there, because what they don't want to happen is, once it's decommissioned, you don't want a conduit where you can get, for instance, road runoff to go straight down it and impact groundwater. So you have a layer of bentonite, which prevents that downward flow. So it's essentially, once it's done, whatever groundwater comes up occupies the pore space in that material will exist.
Carson? Are you with us, Carson?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Comments? Any?
Obviously, if if he would just start on an empty lot, we would never approve it, but since there already is a house. So what's the relationship between the square footage of the mitigation efforts versus the added footage of the house?
I don't think we calculated that, but just estimating it, I think we're probably 2 to 1, roughly.
That's, I mean, yeah. Would be nice to have that calculated somehow.
Yeah, because if just looking at this, why can't I, there we go. So the expansion would be like this area here, which is roughly maybe a little bit larger than that, and then this mitigation area is much larger than that one. So my guess, just based upon looking at the plan, I think we're at roughly 2 to 1.
I mean, originally, if I remember right, you said you pushed the whole house beyond the 50-foot zone, but you seem to have given up on that idea?
Yeah, so getting back to so we've kind of turned the house about 5 degrees to line it up in between the wetlands on either side of it. We're putting the piers on everything within the 50, everything closest to the lake, we're using the piers, and then we're only putting the full foundation on the back portion of the building, so that we've got a space to put in the mechanicals and have a area that's frost protected, so that, you know, your water and sewer lines don't pose a risk to the elements.
Why do you need the pier part at all?
I think, to be honest, I think the applicant would prefer that it's a full foundation,
No, he's saying,
but
you know, why don't we make the house smaller? But, I mean, the problem is, you know, we've met the zoning regulations, we've met, like, all the regulations for the size of the house versus the lot. We're under the 15%. You know, the house would just be very small. And as a result, you know, again, we added the piers because I thought that's what, you know, the commission wanted. You know, and I'm trying to work with you guys.
And as we kind of reiterate, you know, in the notice of intent application package, we provided a document of how it complies with the small lakefront lot standards. We revised that document based upon these revised plans, so we're still of the opinion that we fully comply with the small lakefront lot standards in the local bylaw.
One more thing, Ed. Did you provide a plan for dewatering? I know it was talked about, but is there a plan for dewatering if it's required?
We didn't provide anything specifically. We'd be happy to provide something. I think based upon my conversation with Peter Engel, I think we'd set up a silt bag, pump into the silt bag.
Is there a suggested, if we were to approve the project, is there a suggested
There's not going to
condition?
probably be space on site. You know, we were over at the other project on Lake Road, and they are actually, because there's so much groundwater that they've hit there, they're actually pumping it into containers, and they're having it hauled off-site. Because they didn't
There's
have
nowhere to
anywhere
pump
on
the water.
site. There was just no space once they've excavated in work area. And it's actually a bigger site than this, so I think that if they could do something like that, that would probably go a long way, especially if there's a lot of water that's encountered as an option.
And the other thing too is if need be, we could do dewatering. This property's next door, so there would be room over there to set up a containment system, like a silt bag on that property to pump into.
Would that be an acceptable alternative?
Through where? The wetland? Like, where are you proposing to go?
They'd have to just pump it up where the gate is, across through the gated road.
Down in the wetlands on my property,
Yeah.
which is not wetlands. 66, right next door.
Right, there's just wetlands in between, I guess.
In
but
between,
yeah.
that's all I was saying.
No, we could,
Between,
Running along the road.
right along the road, there's a gate right here.
yeah.
You could just literally pump it. I think you could set up, if you had to, you could set something up here just off-site, but
I would honestly say after seeing that other site, you would have to consider a construction sort of setup over there because you kind of run, I mean,
Well,
you're
I-
watching them backfill
yeah.
that foundation. I don't see that.
We're turning away the subject a little bit. I really feel that when you build, you tear down and build in excess of the foundation, that you are looking at the requirement of new construction.
again, I
And-
disagree. There's specific standards in the
Yeah.
wetlands bylaw that for small lakefront lots, and this is precisely what we've gone through point by point and addressed it, and I believe we meet it.
Well, there isn't any question in my mind, walking the site, looking at the plan, that you will not be adequately protecting the lake when you start construction of this project. So, I'd like to move.
So, can I ask, not asking you to say you like this project, but what improvement to protection of the lake during construction would you recommend in this case?
Well,
or could you recommend? I don't even know.
I don't know.
Is there anything that could make you feel comfortable?
First thing you could do is stop it from raining for a
Okay.
period of time while you do it. No, I don't think so. I think when you put a shovel in that land, you are just going to be building an extension of Big Alum if you don't connect it, that's one thing, but that's what you'll have. That's going to be wet, wet, and wet.
But the full foundation, including the footings, is up above the lake elevation considerably.
Well, yeah, you've got a well that you can't even stop from running water, and you're telling me that. And that well, that it won't
It's
stop
cracked.
running water is above.
It's cracked. Like the well is cracked all the way down the side.
Right, I don't question that.
And I think the intent, what the goal has been all along, is that he gets permits in place with the foundation going in late fall, September, late August, September, early October, when the groundwater's at the lowest.
All right. What do we want to do?
I want
Close the
to,
public
you
hearing.
want us to go to a vote?
Yeah.
I believe,
I don't know what else I could do. So yes, I'd like to go to a vote.
Make a motion.
Becky?
Yeah, I would just add if either probably are a couple improvements that could be made if the board decides that the footprint they're satisfied with. In part of what's in the regulations when it talks about the raise and rebuilds here, also is, if you do some permanent demarcation around the wetland, so that way you can ensure that it's obvious where the wetland line is and where yard is. I think that would go a long way, like a split rail fence. And then, to kind of mitigate, because it essentially is doubling the footprint of the structure that's there, it would be advisable, I'd recommend too, is just to restore the rest of the wetland that was on there too, as a benefit to the lake and the resource area there too, to help compensate for that.
So how close to the house are we here with this wetland?
Or I believe at the
yeah,
top.
it's in the table. I
What?
can't, it's in the
3 feet?
table up
3
above.
feet?
Oh,
You're gonna-
it's existing 3 feet and 6.7 feet on one side and 6.8 on the other side.
Yeah,
you're
so
gonna
it's
Eric, you're going to construct a house 3 feet and 6 feet from,
I'm not saying
no,
I'm
that's-
doing anything,
that's
Ed.
not
I'm
true.
just asking questions.
The existing house is 3 feet, the proposed house is 6.7.
6.7 and 6.8.
6.7.
If I built on the existing footprint,
Yeah.
it would be 3 feet away, it would be a foundation. I've moved it away and I've added like piers in the front, like towards the lake. Yeah,
And you've made it larger at the same time.
Is it against the law to make it larger? I don't understand.
there's no-
I've met the regulations.
All right, going to move this along. You want to vote, right?
Yeah, just one last question, Becky. Based on how this site is performing right now versus how we expect it to perform with the mitigation, as it sits, better or worse? How, does this,
What do
is
you
this
mean?
site, is this an improvement to this site? Is this plan an improvement to the site versus current conditions?
I would say that if you're gonna treat some of the road runoff, that's an improvement, but right now, I mean, it's right, you're adding a lot of activity, including the structure immediately adjacent to the wetland.
But we're restoring wetland, we're providing treatment, we're providing infiltration.
You've had your piece. I was just asking a
yeah,
question.
no.
You know. So you think that the site performs less well once it's done than it does currently?
Parts of it could.
Which part?
Yeah.
Okay, we're not going to have, I'm not going to,
I'm just asking her.
I think that the things I suggested would be benefits, and also, forget, it was in my notes around the well, is maybe not removing all that vegetation over there too. I talked to
that's
Board of
good
Health,
note.
you can come in the backside to decommission.
I'm happy to not remove the vegetation around the well, Becky.
Would you be happy to also include her recommendation to restore the additional portion of the wetland?
I mean,
Or is that not on the
Well,
table?
part of the problem is,
I'll definitely-
if you do it, you still need to get around that, the structure, so.
I mean, I'm happy to restore.
Right in here.
Additional wetlands, if I can have a, look, we're gonna restore this, we contend the wetland is here, the peer reviewer added it to
Right.
here based on the well. I'm willing to do, some more up here, as long as I can have like a footpath or, some like permeable.
You follow that
like
curved
footpath.
line that goes over to your note, relocate existing sewer.
Yeah, right, you just, what,
You've got the arced. go
Right there?
Back up to your well. That one.
that one?
all right.
The 6 feet on each side of the house to the wetland.
Yeah, he could do to that line.
That would then,
And I
I
think
think
that
get you
would-
closer to your 2-to-1, probably exceed it.
Yeah, I can take it down here, I just need a footpath.
Oh, I get it, I
like
get it.
here so I can get past the house.
Becky, that would add to that side significantly.
One way to do that would be to reduce the size of the house.
Wanna-
Really? That doesn't restore wetlands.
All right.
So
All right,
more
motion-
wetlands.
motion to close the
You're
public hearing.
saying you want to vote, yes or no?
Yes.
Motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion on closing the public hearing? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Sarah Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Hold on, Carson's trying to.
Carsten Stiller in favor.
With regards to the project to 68 Paradise Lane, DEP file number 300-1155, I would like to make a motion to approve the project with the additional resource area restoration, as we discussed, with both footing drains included instead of the one, and a
Going to do demarcation around the wetland in the yard, like a split rail fence or bounds?
I don't, I'd rather not.
No,
It's in
the
their
public hearing is
regulations.
closed. We closed the public hearing. Eric can talk to her.
Yeah. Is it a requirement in the public,
Yeah.
in the
And do you
regulations?
have the regulations where it talks about the small lakefront lots? It's one of the things that you can add in as part of the approval of that.
We can, or it's required?
I have it.
You just had it right there.
I don't believe that's a requirement.
Ed, do you
But
have
you
your
can
notes
read it.
right there? It's the last part of that
Yeah.
section. if you want to.
There it is.
Just that,
Yeah.
you know, was
You know,
proximity.
I don't know that they, yeah, I believe it's there. No, I'm not going to include that in the motion. I don't think it's going to make a difference one way or the other. And we're going to have the ability to close out this order if it gets passed anyway. But I would like, I would like staff on site when the crawl space is broken to validate whether or not dewatering is needed, and also consult with the construction manager on site as to the best dewatering solution, whether that be removing the water completely in trucks or using a silt, what's the word?
You could use a silt bed.
Silt, silt.
Or worst case scenario, you could bring in a frac tank and just
Or off-site. Yeah.
Okay.
What, no, I'm just looking for the
address
word.
the
I'm looking
audience.
for the
It's
word.
closed.
I'm looking for the word.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know the word. What's the word? The silt,
What would you prefer?
It's like a bladder bag that you put
bladder
into
bag.
and it
There you
comes out
go.
of.
But I want, I want conservation staff to be consulted as to the best way to deal with that.
All right.
And that's my motion.
Do you want a
Do you want
bond?
to put a
Oh,
bond?
that's, well, we don't have to do this under the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw as well?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Do you have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Discussion?
I
Karsten, anything?
That's good.
No.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to be clear, so you're talking about the additional wetlands that we
Yep.
agreed to on the map here. All right, you'll clearly,
And not around the well, to
and,
leaving
right,
that.
non-removal vegetation around the well, yeah. And approach it from the southerly end, which is another note of yours, and when they're working on that well space. That was my, okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin opposed.
I'm constantly with agree.
Okay. All right, it
What did he
passes.
say? What did he say?
He agrees.
I would constantly agree.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, don't you have another motion?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on,
Thank you.
you're only halfway there.
It wasn't, yeah, exactly. With regards to the project at 68 Paradise Lane, DEP file number 300-1155, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with all of the conditions already discussed and an additional $5,000 bond to be released upon issuance of certificate of compliance.
I'd second that motion.
Discussion? I think it should be higher than $5,000. I'd say 25,000.
I'll stick with my motion. I think we need to remain consistent. I get your point, but I think we need to remain consistent.
$5,000, if that place blows out, and take more than $5,000 to fix it.
Can we say 10?
I beg your
Agree
pardon?
to 10. I'd agree to an amendment to 10. Nobody seconded your motion yet, have we? Or I did.
You did.
Yeah, we're in discussion. So. I'd support an amendment to the motion to $10,000.
$10,000. All right, any further discussion? Is the motion, did you second the motion at $10,000?
I seconded his motion, and then I
I
can
will-
withdraw, or I could propose an amendment to the motion. Is that
Yep.
legit? So I would propose an amendment to Eric's
His motion.
Motion.
motion
Yeah.
Do I have a second to
to
that?
adjust the bond amount to $10,000 to be released at
I'll second that.
certificate.
All right.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin opposed?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
Okay, great. You're all
Thank
set.
you very much.
All right.
So
Can we
Ed,
interrupt for a
yeah,
moment?
Mr. Roy here is here for 110 Brookfield Road. I don't know if that's going to be a quick discussion instead of making him wait through the next public hearing, which will probably be a long one, if you want to allow him to.
I don't see anybody here for the
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Josh, why don't you come up?
Yeah, they're,
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we're running behind.
weird, right?
We do that.
So, quickly, this was an enforcement order that was issued. With that, there were requirements to submit materials within 30 days. That's passed earlier this week. And in the letter, the request was to come to this meeting with the intention of going over those orders, those items. So we haven't received
When do we get
anything.
this?
Huh?
When do we get that?
We didn't get anything.
Oh, we didn't get anything? Okay, okay.
No, so I think he's, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
Josh Roy, 110 Brookfield Road. I'm here because you told me to be here, so I'm here.
Yeah, so the enforcement order had the 30-day requirements to put the erosion controls in and submit a restoration plan for areas that were disturbed outside of what was shown on that existing condition plan from earlier in the year to what was shown on the next plan. So did you have any, were you working on the items or anything, or?
We have not done any of the items that are in your enforcement order. You're asking me to restore something that I did not disturb. You're asking me to remove grindings, which in the previous meeting, Mr. Goodwin said that he did not want those removed because he didn't want it disturbed. He actually said that he wanted it used as a picnic area, he just didn't want anything else there. So now you're going back on what you said in the last meeting, and you're asking me to remove the stuff, which I didn't put there in the first place. So I still stand firm that I have not extended the parking lot, and I'm not going to remove that area. I'm willing to work with you as far as protecting what's there for a wetland. I understand that you had some concerns in the other meetings about where snow is stockpiled and things of that nature. I have no problem working with you on some sort of plan to protect what's there, but as far as doing any excavation or anything of the sort, I don't feel as though I need to do that because I don't think that you have supplied burden of proof showing me that I disturbed that, changed the elevations, changed the type of material that's there, or have done any damage to the wetland whatsoever. The only thing you have me on is removing 200 junk tires out of a wetland, which if you go take a site walk today, that area has been fully restored naturally, and you can't even tell we were ever in there. So that's where I stand.
So,
Go ahead.
you know, I obviously got a little heated the last time you were here. And what I was going to say the last time that Mr. Roy came in front is, you know, I don't see a positive path forward through any type of litigation here. Like, there's too many questions around this. You can look at aerial photos and they tell different stories depending on what it is, what's going on. My fervent belief here is what my concern is at this point, because I know the amount of garbage that was back in that corner prior to Mr. Roy taking custody of that property, and it's certainly in a hell of a lot better shape today than it was then. My concern is around making sure that we're not causing future problems, and we put some sort of barrier so there can't be snow pushed into that area or any type of extension into the wetland. I get that, the concerns that Becky had and the positions that we've had, that there could, depending on the pictures that you look at, there was an extension there. I think you could also look at different pictures and argue that it's just the normal use of the property. But what I know is that when we get into a court of law, if it goes in this, in that form and fashion, we're probably going to lose, because I don't think that there's enough to meet the burden of proof. So what I would like to do is work towards protecting what's there I think it's an improvement over what was there before. Stop any ability for any additional debris and additional snow to be pushed into that wetland, protect it, let it revegetate on its own, and be done with this. I think we had some emotions that have come through in these conversations that maybe if we all just had cooler heads through this entire process, we probably would have been done with this months ago. That's my opinion, and I've said my piece.
If I could add to that, originally, on the original site walk we did last September, when Becky and Ed were there, we talked about showing where the existing parking area is currently the day we walked, because they wanted to make sure that it didn't go any further. I agreed at that time to put either granite posts or something in that area to show, hey, this is where we are today, and we're not moving any further, so that there's never going to be a question of us intruding on the wetland. I also agreed, because he had some concerns about some erosion, to run riprap stone along the entire property line, along the edge of the pavement, to hold any runoff that was coming in there, or going in that direction. The elevations on both site plans show that the elevation at the wetland is higher than at the street. And I took a video the other day when we just had that monsoon of a storm, and the water goes from the east end of the property, which is bordering the town property, right down into the street, into the culvert at the street, like it was designed to do. So there has been no change in any elevations, direction of water, nothing. Like I said, the wetland that was disturbed with the junk tires that we removed has been restored naturally by itself. We have not extended the footprint of the parking lot, nor have we changed the type of material in that parking lot. I have supplied sufficient photos that show when the grindings were put there in 2013. I have the witness next door, the property owner, says that it's never looked so good over there and that we've never changed the footprint of the property. I have everything I need to fight this to the end. I am agreeing that if, just as good faith, which I honestly don't think I need to do, but in a matter of good faith, if you're concerned about stuff getting pushed into that corner, we have 3 containers there right now that would, prevent us from pushing snow over there. If you want to see some Jersey barriers put in that corner over there, I have no problem doing that. We can do that within a couple of days. And that will keep any snow from going on the other side of that property into that wetland. That's pretty much all I have to say about it. I have the same stance I have. In the enforcement order, you guys stated that, there was stockpiled of vegetation that I ripped out and all this stuff. You're absolutely correct. But that was from the north side of the building, which you tried to say that I couldn't take those trees down either, but then we delineated the wetlands and found that it was outside your jurisdiction. That stuff was moved from there to the other side of the property to be processed, chipped, removed, whatever. So I understand that you saw stockpiles of stuff there. I agree with you without having any information that you may think that I dug it out or whatever happened, but it was from the other side of the property. There's still a stockpile there today of topsoil that's going to be put back on the north side of the building when we're done the construction project that we're doing. So I feel like I have done everything I can do. As far as me not coming to the board originally with a notice of intent, based on the change, my application for my special permit, I put in there that we would be adding a fence and a dumpster pad. It also said that there would be grading done to the parking lot. The grading to the parking lot was done prior to me taking over the property. That was a Kabinski thing. I had nothing to do with it. And the 2 projects that I said I was going to do for improvement have not been started. Therefore, I would not be in violation of the Wetlands Protection Act because I didn't do the projects yet. So I haven't had to come before the board. So this is where I stand today. And like I said, I'm willing to work with you to protect that corner, but as far as excavation and ripping it out, I refuse to do it. I will not do it.
Can I
Carson?
say something?
Go ahead, Carson.
Yeah, so last time we looked at it, so your argument, I was concerned about this shed that you had for your tires. That's just right at the wetland. And it's certainly within the 25-foot no disturbance zone. Now, your argument seems to be the tires were just lying around, and now that's a violation of the Wetland Act too, it seems to me. Now, just putting them in a shed doesn't really change that. So, at one point when we talked, you seem to be open to the idea, put the shed I don't know why the shed has to be there. That seems to be an extension of the parking lot. Why you can't just move the shed away from that? And somehow, that was the idea of the picnic area, right? So that you don't use that as an extension of the parking lot. So I don't see the argument for the shed for the tires being there.
Carson, to clarify, the tires that were there were not my tires. They were the previous property owner. They were removed from the property. I paid $3,000 to get rid of those tires. The sheds that are there today, I said I paid over $3,000 to get rid of the tires that were in the wetland at my expense. I didn't put the tires there, and honestly, they were on town property, and I paid the expense to get rid of them. Okay?
So
the sheds that are there today have items in there that we use. We have new tires in there, but that's not the same tires that were in your wetland, okay? I put the containers there so that they're out of the way while we're doing construction projects, et cetera, and they store our products, and they're also protecting your wetland because you can't get anything past them. You can't get snow past them. You can't get in there.
I mean, it's certainly better than the tires being there, but there shouldn't be any.
Previous to that, there was vehicles in there. There was abandoned vehicles in there and machines in there. That's what I'm saying. So we have made significant improvements on this property since we took it over almost a year ago. Significant. And you guys are stuck on the fact that I extended the parking lot, which is going to trigger all these other things. It didn't happen. And that's where I stand. I'm willing to work with you to protect it, but like I said, I will not excavate it.
I mean, moving the shed from there doesn't seem to.
We can have a discussion about moving the sheds a few feet away, but I still should be able to use that property because it's continuous use. It's always been used for storage. There's always been something in that corner. We didn't take over any more property than there's been used before.
Alteration, areas grew up, there's vegetation, the ground cover changed, it's when you alter it. So.
It wasn't altered. It was always grindings, and that's why this is where we disagree.
The trigger for a notice of intent would be that alteration, so.
Apparently, I missed a meeting in between, because prior to that, I thought everything was in good shape. And the biggest issue that came back was you decided you weren't going to move the sheds. That was exactly what you said you were going to do, and everyone was cool with it.
We said we're going to file a notice of intent. However, if I file the notice of intent, I'm admitting wrongdoing and correcting something that I didn't do, and that's why I will not file the notice of intent.
That's, all we want is just nothing in that 25-foot buffer zone, and I understand your position.
There, so it's continuous use.
I understand your position.
The two site plans, Josh, that you said you had, have you got copies of those?
The site plans?
They had two site plans.
Yeah, so there was two site plans done. One was originally when we filed for our special permit, and then the other one was done by Mark, I think the second was done by Mark Farrell when he went in there and delineated the wetlands.
So can we get copies of those?
Yeah, we have them.
They have
You've seen
copies.
them.
Okay, all right.
Do you want to, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to go back out there, I don't know what we should move on soon because we do have another public hearings here, so.
No, I think we should make a quick vote on this, one way or the other.
Well, what are you voting on?
Continue the,
You issued an enforcement order, the 30-day
It's in place,
deadline to have passed, yeah.
yeah. So I'm not interested in taking that off at this point in time. Otherwise, if we take that off, it's Josh that says what's right. Whatever he wants to do, he does. And I think that's a problem. We sat in a meeting with the town manager, and he said he was going to go forward and file a notice of intent. And then he came back his last presentation and blew up, and now he's back saying the same thing. We need to go through the process. And that's where I think we should end up.
I think that's a mistake. I mean, with all due respect, I think it's a waste of town resources and town money. There's not enough. We're not going to meet the threshold for burden of proof, and we're going to go through this charade of going into court and having and expelling resources for what? For something we're likely to lose. I don't believe it, if I thought that there was something clear that we could win, let's go, right? But okay. I don't think that this is clear, and I think that the reality is this has
So you
been
want to
ratcheted
walk,
up.
you want to walk away from
I
this?
don't want to walk away.
You ought to ask yourself why you're on the committee.
What I want to do is I want to come up with an accommodation to protect that wetland.
Well, that's all we're doing.
No, there are
Notice of intent?
there are restoration plans in there that are conflicting with things that we have talked about in this board, right? There was in that letter, removal of the millings. You said in this meeting and on site, I don't want those millings out. So we have some conflicts here. That's all I'm trying to say.
Does that say removal of millings in it?
Yes, it
So
does.
What it said, what we voted on was essentially going from, there was the existing condition plan in July, which had an edge of pavement. And then there was a plan that was done by Mark Farrell afterwards, and there was expansion of edge of millings, pavement, whatever you want to call it. So it was to remove what was expanded there, to bring that to conditions, and that was modeled off of the other enforcement order for the junkyard, because it was a very similar situation of that alteration, and to restore that, and they could file for use and meet, if they file a notice of intent for things that are in compliance with the Wetlands Protection Act and the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw afterwards.
And Mr. Gill, with all due respect, I'm not here trying to do whatever I want. That's not what it's about. What I'm saying to you is the facts of the matter are I did not extend my parking lot. And you know as well as I do, if the parking lot gets extended, it triggers all kinds of other things that need to happen as far as stormwater management and all this stuff. And that's why I will not sit here and admit it, because I didn't do it. And I'm not going to get myself into a corner where now I'm paying tens of thousands of dollars for engineering plans and all this crap possibly to manage water runoff. I'm not going to do that. I didn't change the dynamics of that parking lot nor the size of it. On the thing is that when Joe Levesque did the first plan for my special permit, it shows an edge of pavement based on what he saw that day. One of the areas that he said that was gravel was literally sand over by the salt shed that was when they throw it over into the sand truck, it falls on the other side and it lands on the ground. So now that we cleaned that and removed that, all of a sudden that's extending the parking lot. We removed the tires and now we moved the leaves and stuff and cleaned it out. Now that's changing it because there was some small vegetation that grew in there. It was still being used.
You got a copy of the letter you sent him?
Mine.
I might have it in there, but, so, right, it may have been parking lot in the past and it grew back, so it's not that they're saying that you couldn't have made that parking
It
lot.
was still being used, it was continuous use, and that's what I'm saying. It's not like it was abandoned.
With the Wetlands Protection Act and
Okay,
the
we're
bylaw,
gonna
it's
go
about
back and forth, Becky.
alteration.
I'm
You
not-
could've- I'm just saying that that's the trigger for review, and the reason why a notice of intent be filed, doesn't mean you couldn't have it, especially if it was
Could I just
something
interrupt and say that
before.
we've had this exact conversation now multiple times? We've had this exact conversation now many times.
Not exactly.
Well,
I think we should continue this to the next meeting. How did you take a look at the letter? Because he's right on the, I never, ever said remove the millings.
Well, that was what the motion was at the meeting, so.
To remove millings?
I didn't specifically say
What we're looking
millings.
for is we're looking at delineation.
Remove all asphalt grindings.
All materials that expanded beyond the existing
Including
conditions
vehicles,
on the plan.
equipment,
You
whatever.
voted on it at the meeting, it was read, so.
And the other one says that they want immediately install erosion controls between the wetland and disturbed area. So I have no disturbed area, so where do you want me to put erosion control? I have a stockpile there of topsoil. Would you like me to put straw wattles around that pile? Is that what you guys are looking for? Because if that's what you'd like me to do, I'll take care of that. That's not a problem. I think that's reasonable. I have some soil there, could potentially go down there. Fine. But as far as going around the whole perimeter of the property, that doesn't need to be done because nothing's moving.
Well, I don't think that was the intent,
What do
it
you
was
think,
where that
Roy?
disturbance was in the backside, but.
So, if you're looking for a extension, I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Probably 60 days to cover ourselves. What I would like coupled with that is a low-stress site walk where we can talk about potential solutions.
Well, you can't, if you have a quorum, you can't do that on a site unless you post it as a public meeting, which you have to open to the public, so just.
Well,
I'm just
Okay,
saying, I'm just.
understood,
Yeah.
all right, so I would,
Saying I can
I,
have a public site walk, is that what you just said?
No,
Is that, did I just understand that correctly? It has to be open.
There's
to the
more than a
public?
quorum, they can't have
we
discussion
can't
on
have
sites, we don't.
3
post-
members there, we can have 2 members.
what he's
discussion.
trying to suggest is that if there's 3 members of us, that,
Carson?
then you could, it's considered a quorum. So if we're trying to help you come to a solution that we could present to the board, either A, we only go as 2 members, or if the board's there, then it's termed a public hearing. I don't think, there's nobody going to be following us around.
Hey,
most likely.
excuse me.
No,
So
I'm
can I
just
just,
saying, they
can
can't
I
have
just,
discussion outside of a public
Order here.
meeting, so.
Carson's,
I think I'm with Ed that we can't just withdraw what we, the order that we issued. What we are looking for is in some sense, for him to come back after talking to an engineer to just come up with some kind of compromise, and then we can talk. I mean, I think we want a solution, but I think the next step has to be taken by him. So he could suggest that that's what I want to do. I talked to the engineer, we'll remove the shed, and it doesn't seem as if there is no solution in sight. It seemed to me we already were very close at this one meeting, and I was actually a little bit surprised that in the next meeting we couldn't move forward. But if we would, in some sense, just file a notice of intent, then I think this might just easily go away. But yeah.
well, we got place to go.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the enforcement order by 60 days, and that we schedule at our next available site walk a visitation of the property with the property owner there, and just ensure preference that we don't have quorum at that walk.
Well, we can have a quorum there, we just got to keep our mouths shut.
Oh, yeah, good point. Okay, good point.
That'll work.
You guys just can't together have a
Right.
discussion.
Yeah, okay. So anyway.
Why I ride alone on
60-day
sidewalks.
60-day extension with a site walk.
Do I have a second on that?
I second that.
Any discussion? Carson? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor.
Roy Bishop in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Carson Stuber in favor.
Thanks, Jess.
If we can get through that on the 24th of August, that would be great.
Yes. Let's have that
Be
be the
happy to
last.
knock it out for
The
you
16th.
in advance.
16th of August is the site, would be the site walk, not.
All right, why don't I try to arrange with you, there's plenty of time for the next meeting, it'd probably be better to do it on a separate day than with all the other stuff for the next meeting.
Okay.
I'll arrange, see what his schedule is and when we could arrange that.
I'm around next week. I could go by anytime myself. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. But maybe also think about what Carson
It's up to if
said,
he's open to having people there. I think you are, hopefully.
think about what Carson said about, something to show, make an improvement, a solution, he said, to,
Okay, we are at number 10. Lot 3, 20 Fisk Hill Road,
Sorry, that took longer than I thought
and
it was
30
going
Main
to.
Street.
Upset about it.
Wow.
Gentlemen,
Let's- I printed it. Do you need one, or do you print it?
I woke up before the fly from
I got it.
Orlando.
You got one?
this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, I figured you did.
Thank you.
So,
At least you get to sleep in air conditioning tonight.
I don't know.
Good evening.
hi, how you doing?
Good evening.
Evening, everyone. Brian Madden from LEC Environmental, representing the applicant Justin. So last week we submitted revised plans that showed some significant revisions, primarily removing any permanent disturbance within the 200-foot vernal pool buffer zones. We provided some modifications on Lot 13 to afford a revegetated buffer strip for wildlife movement. through the site. We are proposing now to replace the four-sided box culvert at the crossing structure with a three-sided structure as requested. And the applicant is committing to no salt application on roadways within the 200-foot buffer zone. I can kind of walk through some of those revisions in more detail, but effectively, within the 200-foot buffer zone to the southerly A-series
A
wetlands.
plan we can
Yeah,
throw
can we
up
see
there?
a plan?
Got the new plan?
Yeah, I have
Well,
a new
let-
plan. I colored it for you.
Oh.
So
Oh,
my,
no. That
gonna be
again.
a little slower than usual, because, who is doing it?
You don't want that one to be.
Yep.
No, that passed the
That's
first thing one.
Scroll down. I don't know if you can make it.
Not without consternation, but.
I didn't put the grid because I hoped everyone remembered the grid from last time, but I can go over it for you if you need to.
That good?
Yep, perfect. So, 2 lots were removed in this location.
Oh, share.
I'm
We gotta get
sorry.
Carsten up on board.
Poor Karsten.
The moving parts here.
You don't get video in Philadelphia, Karsten.
Oh, no.
All right.
All right, I know Carson won't be able to see what I'm pointing to, but I'll try to talk my
Move
way
my
through it.
cursor.
Okay,
Becky will help you.
thank you.
Teamwork.
So 2 lots were eliminated on that westerly corridor. There were some modifications made to the adjoining lots, the rain gardens in the back there to move that all outside the 200-foot buffer zone.
Point right at it. We talk, this,
That rain garden was shrunk.
Yep, the rain garden was shrunk.
so
See, we all work together
is that
here.
smaller or is that going to be smaller?
No, it was
This is
the whole
this,
length.
I'm just asking where we're at. Is this,
I don't know if Pete's still on the line, he was before. I don't believe the surface area or the volume it can handle is smaller. We narrowed it down but made it fatter, for lack of a better term. Changed the shape of it to make sure it got taken out of that 200-foot vernal pool buffer.
okay.
So it still meets all of the stormwater guidelines, been reviewed by John Shevlin at Pear.
And so the undisturbed corridor on the west side is now greater than 300 feet in length. There's some minor regrading activity.
Brian, you keep saying that.
What's that?
I'm just kidding.
Minor regrading activity that does extend into the 200-foot buffer zone, but we are proposing to revegetate that and allow that to naturalize. The roadway itself, which was previously to the A-Series vernal pool, 197 linear feet away, we did bump that out, so it's outside the 200-foot buffer zone, the roadway itself and the crossing structure, but we are still proposing the crossing structure, and again, that's moving from a 4-sided down to a 3-sided as requested. The other substantive revision within the 200-foot vernal pool buffer is associated with E-Series, elimination of the 2 lots at the end, 20 and 21. And this is where that habitat corridor is being proposed to be revegetated. We provided more detail on what was going to be planted there. And
Question?
yeah.
Is that going to be left or is that going to be bulldozed and then made?
There is some temporary disturbance regrading in there, and then it's going to be replanted and be part of the open space.
Temporary regrading, is that what you call it?
Temporary disturbance.
Are you going to do that with a bulldozer?
There's no way around it.
Probably.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Simply because there's no way around it because of the grading that's in there. We felt that was the best area. I know Becky had pointed that out as a area as well in the past.
I'm not being unappreciative.
No, I'm just, answering your
Yeah, I
question.
am a little, aren't I?
Well, no, actually, you're kind of mellowing out here.
Short answer is yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so I can walk you through some of the numbers, but I
also
think those are
changed.
the significant changes that we made based on the comments received to date. And, you know, I know Becky circulated some outlines of some conditions that we can start talking about this evening, particular to the open space. But if, I guess maybe I'll just put,
How many houses are you at now?
63.
63?
Yep.
It's pretty significant.
There's only
You were
one-
originally, what, 71?
We're originally at 71. As this plan stands today, no homes are within the 200-foot vernal pool. One home is within the 100-foot wetland buffer.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, I always weigh myself when my weight's down, not when it's up. You know, the way to do it, right?
See in the morning.
Yeah.
And that curved area on this previous plan, it's, this building right here is kind of grayed out, and looks like you pulled back from there too?
That's a rain garden.
That's a rain garden, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Where is it?
Right in
That
this,
is the old plan in your
well,
hand,
this is
Ted.
one of them, you know,
yeah.
it's like
Okay.
novel.
Compare and contrast, you know, we like overlays.
Okay, that's what I was just making sure.
Yeah.
It says the same colors.
Yeah, no, you're following at least the number of lines that you provided. Colors are almost the same.
Can I go through a little bit of this stuff on the, your
Checklist?
Becky's note?
You're the chairman.
We want to get as close as we can to,
Yeah, if there's no other questions or anything on the plan, we'd love to.
well, I think these are questions. Okay.
Yours?
Drainage outlets within 200 feet. Point out, so now we don't have any structures within 200 feet of a vernal pool, right? That's what we're saying?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Tell me about any angles or drainage into the vernal pools that I should be concerned with. How close are you excavating to the vernal pools with that little bulldozer that you have?
Closest point, I mean, this is probably not the best, yeah, but yeah, I would say 190 feet probably at the closest.
You mean you're not cutting any closer than 190 feet from
The vernal pools, yeah.
Yeah, because when I measured and
Maybe
talked
just-
with
just this
Pete.
basin right here,
Yeah.
maybe?
When I talked with Pete earlier, it was actually on that basin that you're pointing to, Becky. One of the outflows is roughly 190 feet from the vernal pool, and all those outflows are at the toe of the slope to make sure there's obviously no erosion if water were ever to come out of it. So in the toe of the slope is going to be our limit of work.
Now, the
And
forested
This is the
strip,
limit of work right here, right?
I'm glad you guys put that in. I wish you'd find a couple more in there that you could do. I'm not asking you to lose houses or something, but it would really, how are you going to forest that strip?
We spec'd out plantings, native shrubs, arrowwood, high bush blueberry, plus gray birch and red maple saplings. That is going to be part of the open space and be allowed to
Yeah.
revegetate.
Oh, Pete is back on here, so you know.
So, all right. Vernal pool certification, Brian, why haven't you done it?
You know, I think Oxbow had an early recommendation that it'd be part of the order of conditions. You know,
Could be.
that's how we've left it. Justin doesn't
Why
own
haven't
the
you done it?
property yet.
Because Oxbow recommended you don't do it?
Well, it would be our intent to do it prior to the start of work.
How long would it take you to file that?
It wouldn't take very long.
Why don't you do it? We'd like to have it as a part of the
Because we don't own the land, it's technically up to Matt.
If I was Matt, I would throw my body in front of vernal pool certification before the real estate transaction. That seems like not a fair ask, nor is it an appropriate ask because they're not the property owners. You're asking them to apply for a certification for a vernal pool on somebody else's property.
But
If I was that,
actually, it is an appropriate ask, and they are the property owners.
not yet.
No, we're not. No,
Matt's the property
Why are you
owner.
here? You don't
Why?
represent the owner?
we're here as the applicant.
The applicant representing the owner.
No, we're here as the applicant. The owner and the applicant are two different parties.
Yeah, property owner had to sign the notice of intent, allow them to file it for his property, so he did
So-
sign off on the NOI.
So the reason you haven't done it is because you haven't done it.
We'll do it subject to an approval. We have no issue, I know Matt has no issue doing it.
All right, that's the answer on that. Now, lands protection, what's the story on,
Yeah, are you pulling up the open space?
Yeah,
Jim McCarthy, what's he telling you guys?
He's waiting on us to tell him that we're approved and ready to move forward, and he'll start working on taking the donation of the land. We haven't had, I know that was a question Becky put in there, we haven't had any more communications with him since that email, because I believe that email basically said, let us know when you're ready to move forward.
Are you giving
after
him the
you're
property or selling it to him?
Giving it to him. The 56 acres that we have always called as Matt's backland, Matt is donating that to the state.
56 acres, is that what it is?
It's just that one section, once it
so,
loads.
yeah, my question was, because before you showed that this section of Lot 3 and 4 was going to Fish and Wildlife, so I just didn't know, there was one concept plan, I think, that showed that, so that's where I just got confused, I didn't know if that changed.
So as part of this, we're gonna have a more defined open space plan as requested. The 56 acres,
Is the red?
not
Four.
completely the red. So this line right here is the break. That's Matt's back piece, the 56 acres. This is what we're currently proposing, this Lot 4 piece, and then the green being put into the declaration of restriction.
So Fish and Wildlife would not hold that or take that?
We've had Justin's had conversations about potentially transferring that
Yeah,
land.
so in the future, and it was referenced in the email, Jim did say they would be open to discussions of, can I steal that from you? Of this red area, and then also this green area, because it all connects, obviously, into this land back here. At this point, we are committing, as Brian said, to the declaration of restriction until.
Is that included?
Oh, I'm sorry?
Is that included? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
Is
This
that a
is
part of
separate.
what you were pointing to?
So the green area, if we were ever to go back for more discussions with the state to say, you know, we're willing to donate this green area, and Matt says I'm willing to donate this red area, this green area, no, the state would not be interested in taking.
Yeah.
Because
It's
there's
not
really,
contiguous.
it's not contiguous.
I thought.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so sorry, I just got confused, because I thought all along this was all part of what was gonna definitely be donated to the state, not just this back part. So you're saying that when you'll put a declaration on everything right now, and then this, you're proposing within a year, this gets donated to Fish and Wildlife?
Yep.
And when you have ownership of this, your property line's gonna be here.
Yep.
You will put a declaration on it in perpetuity right now with the commission having enforcement rights, but you may just deed your green part here to the state. But what if Matt doesn't deed this part?
And so
Yeah.
that would be something we'd have to work through with Matt at a later date that James did bring up, is if we ever did talk with the state about donating that green area, they would need it to be contiguous to that 56 acres. So there'd be a bigger conversation with Matt at that time to
So-
figure that all out.
So why would he not just do this piece now if he's willing to put the declaration on it and just give it to Fish and Wildlife?
Because he doesn't have that lot sold yet, so he just,
Well, it's gonna have, either way, it's gonna have a declaration on it, right?
and he understands that. I don't have a better answer than he wants to keep, I guess, some control of it, but he's willing to put that declaration of restriction over it to
But it's
protect
really
it.
up in the air right now.
It's not up in the air. It's getting a declaration of restriction. It's restricted land.
Which is going to be given to us?
You will have enforcement rights to it, yes. Yep.
And that will include, sorry, I'm slow. This piece,
Yep.
Yes.
this piece?
Yep.
And this piece?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And just on that point, just so everyone fully understands this, so if this gets transferred to the state, you can see the declaration of restriction extends onto the back portions of some of these lots where no work is being proposed, and we have some proposed regraded slopes. That's still going to be part of the restriction, but the state is not going to.
Take that.
Take
So it would
ownership
still
over
be on the declaration.
So we felt like the DR is like the blanket coverage over the entire open space, and then you can work within.
Right, because they wouldn't want any of that.
Anybody have a problem with that?
So just,
No,
So do we know what the sequence
Better than having
of
nothing.
events is?
The sequences of events is, they want us to approve their project.
So,
And then they go see Matt, and Matt goes and tries to sell his other project.
so prior to
Then
the
he brings that in and leverages us with that.
is that lot 4? That's it.
Yeah.
Well, we have nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
No, I get
That's
it.
right.
Prior to the start of work, we and Matt will commit to the declaration of restriction being put in place.
Recorded.
Recorded. And then within that year time frame, Matt, us, combination will work to donate that 56 acres to the state.
Well, Matt, because you're not going to be the owner, right?
yeah,
Well, yeah.
but he'll have a declaration on it.
Well, yes, I'll help Matt facilitate that if need be.
So,
but yes.
so the language of the declaration can be worked out with town council. They'll have to do a thorough review, and
That's
we will
fine.
you need a recordable plan. You can't record this plan. So that can get worked out prior to the start of work. The restriction would come to you guys at a public meeting. It doesn't have to be as part of the hearing, town council said, so it's okay to do that afterwards to get your vote on it as town council reviews it or after they review it. The meets and bounds, they want, if we're gonna have to enforce this, they're gonna need the meets and bounds shown on the plan, pins, signage, and I have some notes in here on that, but that will need to get worked out how that's gonna be done. I might be jumping here a little bit. You're gonna add the forested swath in there, you said, with the declaration, okay? Meets and bounds, right, board, if you're okay with the declaration. It says it's in perpetuity, it does expire after 30 years. And, we will have, the commission will have, through town council and town funds, if someone doesn't do it, not saying you won't, we have the right to bring them to court at our expense, I think, to make sure it gets done. So we can put that as a condition that they are required to do that.
I don't know, if Eric's on the board, he won't go along with that.
Well, won't I go along with?
Going to town
Going to
council.
court.
All right,
I only want to go to court if we're going to win.
all right, areas.
This one you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sometimes you gotta
As part
fight
of
for
this
his
restriction
rights.
out here,
Never know what
if it was a
the
formal
judge is gonna
conservation
do.
restriction, there's inspections that need to be done out there, so that's something that the commission needs to think about for taking that responsibility on. If it was a CR and you had to do it with the land trust, there'd be an endowment set up with a fund. Like when we have CRs, when we have Opakam put a CR on our property, we have to give them money to come out and monitor each year. I'm not saying that you have to do that, I'm just saying these are things that you need to think about, that there's responsibilities with them and how you want to go about that. We will need that baseline report. So what a baseline is you're gonna go out and do a baseline of what's there. So when you go out and monitor, you know what you're looking at. That's an important part of a restriction that would be required with the CR. So by not doing a CR, it does save them some time and effort and cost, but these are the things that we'll need, or future staff and commission will need to know what's going on out there, right? So those are important things I think we need prior to the start of work.
Yeah, and I think we can commit to a baseline report.
Yeah.
With a DR.
Yeah.
So we can have that on file.
But I think that,
Before you
commission-
start work?
Yes.
Yeah.
You need to decide,
that.
do you feel like that for the monitoring responsibility, that you would need something? I'm not saying you have to, I'm just saying that these are the things that you can't hash out later on.
It's like a timeshare, though. I mean, I don't know that I want to stick the monitoring on the next agent and not saying that you're ever leaving, but, you know, it's a long-term commitment.
Yeah.
So I'd rather find an alternative than it to being the Conservation Commission that's out walking
I
this
would too.
property once a year.
Absolutely.
One option could be that it's usually done yearly with
Let's get an
the
option.
land
Let's get
trust,
it done, and
that
then we
the
can do it.
applicant hires someone to do that yearly, to do that monitoring of it quickly. I think it's a one-day site visit
Yeah.
probably. That would be a good alternative if, everyone was in agreement on that.
Well, so
It's easy for me to agree to something that I'm gonna have somebody else do, you know?
Do all of those covenants
I do that every day.
transfer if they sell the property?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, it's
All deed
recorded on the
restrictions.
deed, and it'll go with it. We just need to make sure, the language that's in there is, I'm sure it's fine, but it's what you would be looking for. And I think we'd want to kind of model it to some degree after CR, prohibited acts and uses, and really kind of get into that. But that can be done through, a public hearing. Not a public hearing, but a public meeting. But I would just say, all the things that we talk about that kind of are agreed upon, I do think that we should get something back, get that in writing, it's referenced in the permit. We can't have vague conditions in the permit, that's not good for anybody. But if we can get, as discussed, is what we're planning on doing, and then we have that document to reference in the permit, I think that's the most advisable way to kind of move forward.
I'm cool with that.
Sorry, and just on that point, not to burden town staff and resources, we can make it a condition that obligation falls to the applicant and.
No.
Yeah, property owner.
No.
And once a year? Once a year?
So we
Yeah.
hire a third-party company once
Yeah.
a year to come out,
Professional, yeah.
walk through everything, do a
Yeah,
report.
that's
submit it
fine,
to
it
the
was a
customer.
third-party company.
Yeah, you're gonna, yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Which brings it with the vernal pool monitoring too, that's the
Wait a
same
minute,
subject.
wait a minute. Wait, please, no. So then,
Have a good night.
so will you be able to
gonna move down
monument
this
the
way.
restriction areas when you put the erosion controls in, prior to the start of work?
Well, I think we should talk about the sequencing of all that,
Yeah.
because some of the monuments are gonna be on regraded slopes.
Yep, I know.
So there's certain areas that, are removed from work areas that would make sense to install as soon as possible. But, maybe we can work out a sequencing.
I have an idea.
Okay.
So before you move on to the next
Phase,
phase and
real
prior
simple.
to sale of any, that's kind of what you had in there a little bit, prior to any sale, or maybe after, I was kind of struggling with how that would happen, after initial grading or, something like that. I don't know. I don't know exactly
You've
the
never
best way to
really,
do that.
have you ever really created a phasing plan on this? I mean, do you have it?
Yeah.
So
There's
just-
one with
Can't
the
you
full-
tie it to the phasing plan?
If you want to make sure that those are all you're not going to be selling lots until you move out of that phase, right?
Correct, yeah, so the way it works with the planning board with the phasing is we have to come up with a whole bond schedule, as I'm
Right.
sure you know.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we build phase one to base coat, we sell those homes.
Yeah.
We hit a certain point.
Some
and then-
percentage level of that, and you're
Then
gonna
we
be
can
able
move
to move
on
on.
to
Yeah.
phase two, and we have to bond phase two. We take it out of a covenant or whatever we work out with the planning board, and move on to phase two and build that, phase three, phase four, phase five, right through. So if you want to tie it to the phasing,
Okay.
I don't think we have an issue with that. My only question around it, I have no problem putting monuments or
Kind of
anything.
makes sense to me, it follows your
or-
construction sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like what Brian said, is there are some areas that are on the regraded slopes, obviously we can't monument those right away.
And then we need to present to them a detail of what the signage will be and how spaced out it will be.
Is there any representative town signage, or can
I could find some examples. We've had some different signage that's been used, but, conservation area.
in the preserve?
Yeah.
What, you guys, what are the little Pecum ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be those. We have some, it's not our land, but we have signs. I can give you some examples.
Yeah, and
You can
I've
give
got
me
tons.
some examples too, if you
area.
like. But, they should be on posts, not on trees. Trees fall down, right? Let's, some,
They do with these guys.
Put that bulldozer.
all of them that come through here. All right, so we got that. We'll do that with phasing and give us a detail. We will need a plan eventually, right, that'll show all of that on there.
Okay?
Yep.
So a plan, basically what you're looking at here that shows the whole subdivision, a detail of the sign, once we get some examples from you, and
Locations of it.
and locations of them on there.
Yeah, that would be like with the CR plan that you do with the meets and bounds, with the declaration plan. But I think we should agree upon the distance of them
Yep.
in the signage language now.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll get a detail from you.
I assume this is all stuff that we can work through between now and the August 24th
Yes.
meeting with you.
Yep.
Yep.
So we can have all this done, submitted for the 24th meeting. Okay.
All of the timing seems to be, it's reasonable, but it's a little off. I mean, vernal pool, for example, monitoring.
Ed, do you mind if I just wrap up one quick thing on the open space? So for the DR,
She doesn't want you to talk either.
we're not going to propose any signage monumentation on the state land, the 56
Well,
acres.
I think that's acceptable if the board's
'Cause
fine with that.
They don't want it.
You know how often they put their signs, and they do that afterwards, so. We'll be specific to the
You'll still need the
24
meets
acres.
On
and
that point,
bounds.
just real quick, is there any access to that open space that you're aware of? Is there public access?
So that ties into much larger parcels that are to the left of that map, that's all owned by the Fish and Wildlife as well. So
Off of
you,
McGill Road.
WMU?
you would, Ed would probably know better than I do, but there's gates and different access areas up there.
Probably does.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I've been begging for him to put in
Special
a
use.
two-spot park where we could park and go in there to, you know.
We'd have to work within the 200-foot vernal pool buffer zone to do that, though.
What about,
Maybe we can work that into the lot.
Yeah, because everywhere else has a house.
I'm thinking we can work that into lot
I
4.
think that Matt could work that out when he's on his road here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt, well,
But really, if
Matt's road will become a public road, so you'll
When
have
you
the
talk to
cul-de-sac at the
Matt-
end.
Right, you
Yeah.
can drive up there.
Or
you talk to Matt, tell him we want, you know, something in here.
Well, you're saying put a parking lot in your 200-foot vernal pool buffer?
No.
Okay, thank you, all right.
You want public
More in the
access?
back, once he pops his little.
This
road,
this is,
do whatever.
Brian, you have a hard job, don't you?
But all right, let's move on.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
You're making progress
Sorry,
here.
vernal pool, I interrupted.
Yeah.
Vernal pools.
And other, couple points I'd like to make. First of all, you know, if you're building for 10 years, we have to have monitoring during those 10 years. That's only logical, because building is the most damaging part of the process. So that's one. And two, third party, we need a third party for everything we do. Brian, if I had something, if I was doing something in my property, I would hire you. I think you're good, but I don't trust you with him.
And with Matt?
Maybe-
No, he's
I'm
your
kidding. It's not
representative
like-
is what
Maybe a
Ed's
different way
really
to say
trying to
that.
say.
Yeah,
What?
that's their way.
You're trying to say you as their representative.
Right.
That's-
It wouldn't look good for Brian
Yeah,
if he's
I'm just clarifying for
Yeah, I
the
have to-
public.
said he wouldn't impact the vernal pools, and then he had to come back and say they were.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, Brian's a professional, he has his
Sure is.
licenses and everything to protect.
He does.
I would look at it as similar to, I know, because Becky, we'd have to talk about just the overall
We got
weekly
ahead of a DOJ.
visits
He's a
and
professional,
everything,
too.
that it's typical from what I've seen with other projects that the board has approved, that the representative of the applicant can submit these, can generate the reports and submit them to the board.
Well, no,
Which-
Matt was
which
supposed to have
applicants?
independent too, and Matt,
He doesn't have time. You can
Yeah.
find somebody
So-
else to do it for the
so
same
for our
price.
Picker Road project, we actually had it where they weren't allowed to use their same person, and they went out and they came back with 3 names, and they chose someone to do it. I'm talking about environmental monitoring.
I
like
think
the
that's a
regular
little
monitoring of the site.
Point that you don't want to get stuck on, right?
Yeah,
I agree.
right. I think
So
everyone agrees Brian is a respectable
Yeah.
We all like
person. I've
Brian.
worked with him
Great guy.
a long time ago. But, right, you are working for him, and I think that's their concern. And that, right, for the past 15 months that,
There's no Irish in these guys. They don't understand that's what I said, right?
You don't let Epstein's jailer in the, manage him in the prisons.
So you've got, can you specifically say now that you will monitor the vernal pools on an annual basis for the entire time that you are constructing?
Yes.
And then, like 2 years after that? some number like that.
Right, other board
Plus
members
two.
had different time
Okay, go
periods.
ahead.
There was 5 and
Sure.
3, so if everybody wants
Yeah.
to weigh in, just to make sure that that's covered.
that-
Ted, I think you said
Ted and-
3,
Ted and
Eric
Eric.
said 5,
Well, you had
or vice
that.
versa. I can't remember everything,
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean,
Guys.
I wanted to go beyond the duration of the construction, just so we know how the entire site is
Settles
performing.
in, you
If 2 years is reasonable, that's fine. I threw out 5 because I didn't know what was reasonable. So if 2 years is reasonable, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I don't know what is.
Well,
I just wanted to go
the thing that
beyond
The other thing I
construction.
had suggested wasn't just do it once a year. I thought it made a little more sense, at least, or could, sometime to hit it in the spring or the fall or after the thaw.
No,
Yeah, so the vernal pool part of the monitoring would be in the spring to see that they're using the
That's when-
pools.
that's when
The
you can
water
see them.
quality could be more if you'd like. It doesn't have to just be in the spring.
I'm not trying to jam inspections and stuff, and I'm not as familiar, that was one of my notes, so I'm just bringing that up for discussion, so
Okay.
I'm not hung up on it, I just don't know what anybody else thinks about it, so 2 years is fine with me, if that's something you all are
The other thing,
comfortable
Saul,
with.
you guys have never come back to us with an alternative. There are alternatives. They may be a little more expensive, but you know, if you put salt on the road, you put salt in the vernal pools. No way around it. You guys know
We'll
that.
get there.
There's no salt proposed within the 200 foot. I think.
And then you just
Providing the-
drive up and down the road twice.
I think providing a prohibition beyond 200 feet may be a stretch of what you're legally and what your jurisdiction
Oh, but
allows.
There are alternatives to
The slope.
salt for roads.
Justin, what are the steepest areas of the roadway?
Road A going up the hill.
Okay, well, is that in the 200 foot?
The steep area, no. And that's the main reason that we want, that we would like to hold firm on that. The main areas that are within the 200-foot is the entrance coming in, which there is a slight slope to that, but not steep. And then along the main road where the crossing is, that's all pretty flat.
Yeah.
Do I
Listen,
want
what's
to
an
use sand
alternative?
there? No, I would like to
Didn't
use
bring us an
salt.
alternative.
Is there any way that you could compromise by maybe saying like,
Is it just
no
cost?
salt use at first, and if it was dangerous conditions, you could come back?
And then you get
change?
into, was it dangerous, everyone's definition.
I'll give you
Wait, okay.
I'll give you a compromise that I'm willing to make.
Yeah, I just don't understand, I guess salt's the best, is that what you're telling me?
So
And the cheapest.
No, sand is actually cheaper, but sand doesn't melt ice. So again, going back to on the straightaways, do I have a concern of using sand? I would like not to, and the reason not to is I don't think it's as safe as salt overall. I don't have a concern of it on those straightaway flat areas, but the next thing is it washes into the 4 bays of our rain gardens that we have to clear out.
I get all that.
I would really like to be able to use the salt outside of the 200-foot buffer zones because that is mainly that steep hill going up. I am open to using a liquid brine if the board feels that's an acceptable alternative. It is still a salt, but what it is it's one-tenth of the salt than traditional road salt. And also because it's a liquid, you're putting it down directly on the roadway, it's not bouncing all over the place. Getting into the rain gardens and the yards and things of that nature.
No, that's a compromise.
So I can commit to no salt in the 200-foot buffer zone and the brine outside the 200-foot, if the
Can you-
board's acceptable with that.
Maybe just mark it up on the plan because the buffer zone goes like that on the road, maybe, figure that out, but.
We'll just pick a straight line wherever, if 2 buffer zones come together, we'll have signs that'll
All right,
say
what
no
was-
salt area.
No salt
Awesome.
within 200 feet.
I mean, we have them on the Mass Pike,
What?
salt areas.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, there are.
Actually doesn't
There
put
are.
salt down?
What?
You think the state
You-
doesn't?
He's
actually
gonna
put salt
drive
down?
on it on his way home.
Because the operators don't know not to put salt there, right? So they do it anyways?
Yeah. Our operators will know to do it
The point is,
because
they'll
they'll
have
have
to
to
yard anyway.
But there are, you could do like a sand salt alternative, so that way you keep the cost down and maybe not use too much sand. That could be a good option. There are things out there.
The only other thing that I know of is, you have a sand salt mixture, but you're still talking salt mixed in.
All right, so maybe you guys agree to that as a starting point, but maybe if salinity levels are rising in the vernal pools, because we know those stormwater discharges discharge to them, right? All the wetlands and some of the
that's what the
structures in the
monitoring's
outlets
there
are
for.
in the
Yeah.
200-foot.
Monitoring.
The
Monitor.
monitoring's gonna.
Yeah, so if
one of the
salinity
things will
levels
be
jump
just salinity.
in the yearly monitoring, obviously we have to come back in and sit with the board, sit with Brian and the third-party expert and say what's going on here, and at that point, then it may come down to, I have to say, okay, we'll stop using salt.
All right, so can we put that in the memo to come back to them, just that agreement like that, if they're okay with that?
I thought that was already in there.
Isn't it kind
Oh,
of,
what we just changed.
but isn't that implied in the vernal pool monitoring? I mean, if we start to
No,
see
I-
salinity going
That is
up in the
part of
vernal
the
pool,
monitoring, yeah.
it's part of the monitoring.
Yeah,
So
no.
Yeah, but
if
that will be
it's,
in like 12 years from now, and maybe none of you or none of us will be sitting here, so it's good to have it all written out.
But I mean that, right, also what you just
Maybe.
agreed upon with the no salt areas, showing that on a plan, that'll be in the O and M.
Oh, so
then
wait.
the
that piece,
line.
yeah.
Okay, so we show,
I thought
we'll
you-
mark a plan up.
Yeah.
And show where the no salt areas will be, and then the rest of the areas will be
Yep.
the brine.
And then that plan will go in the O and M plan. And there should be something in the O and M with that says that if, after monitoring salinity, so it's there, because someone might not be someday, if we're all not here before this project is done, like, there's gonna be people not knowing there was a vernal pool monitoring thing that said about the salt at the bottom, you know?
Brian's hoping he's not here.
What's next?
He'll be retired. He'll be in Orlando.
Crossing structure O and M plan, Ed. Looks like we're at that.
Yeah.
When you talk about the plan, is that just like a narrative memorializing everything, and you have that list below?
Well, just in the O and M plan, so there should be one O and M plan for the property. And then we have something about the crossing structure in there, what they need to do, and it's just written in there.
Yeah,
So you
right.
take Pete's O and M plan and just.
We'll
yeah.
update that with
Yeah.
everything, and then get
Yeah.
that over to you to
Yeah.
review again
But I-
prior to the
yeah,
next meeting.
but I mean too, when I was talking about, maybe that's a little bit further down, but the like a actual physical plan that's in the narrative O and M plan, so some operator someday can look at it and say, oh, that's the crossing, these are these, this is what all these things are, this is where the wall is, like, everything, people will know, you
That's
know.
fine.
It could even, we could add eventually the signage plan, because they'll have to replace signs if people take them out, things like that.
Becky, can I ask a question? Are you guys going to have a homeowners association?
That's up to the people. The other communities that we own, we don't have them, but there are communities out there, yeah, where the people decide to form an association. It essentially allows for a more streamlined way of communication between us as the owners and the residents as a whole.
Yeah, I was just, the thread that I wanted to pull on is going back to the salt, or pesticides, or fertilizer, some outline guidelines for the actual homeowners that come in, that they understand this is their responsibility, that they can't just come out there with.
So our plan is to take care of all of the outside for the residents as part of their monthly lease. We will have a landscape crew there to cut the grass, maintain the rain gardens, all of that. And in the winter, not only will they sand and salt or brine the roadways, they'll do all the walkways and driveways as well. We're still trying to work through, because if somebody chooses not to have a garage, there's going to be cars in the driveway. We're not going to find a landscaper that'll take care of that, so it'll probably be a caveat in our lease and in our rules that we have with the residents that says if your cars are in the driveway, we are not going to sand it, salt it, shovel it, whatever. I am perfectly fine within that same lease and rules putting in there no pesticides within the 200-foot, no sanding within the 200-foot, things of that nature.
Where
And
they
then
gonna
that
put,
way,
where they gonna put your car so you can, do it?
Well, they'll have to do it themselves.
that'll be up to themselves to do it. If there is a garage so they can put their cars in the garage during a snowstorm, we will take care of their driveway. But if they choose not to have a garage, most likely it'll be up to the resident to take care of their driveway. We'll do their walkway from the roadway, do their front porch for them. It'd be just on the driveway, just.
Another reason to get a garage, right?
Exactly.
So will the salt restriction with the brine alternative for other areas include those driveways?
Yeah.
What else have we got here, guys? Anything, we gotta work through this.
Revegetation areas.
Yeah, we can certainly prepare a plan that crosshatches those areas and signage. and-
Okay.
Yep.
If there's anything in here, Brian, that you don't, pre-construction, post-construction, any of this stuff that you
Well,
do
we
not,
skipped the environmental monitor, which is different than the vernal pool requirement. This is more, someone goes out there and does inspections to make sure that, the construction team is keeping up with the things that they're supposed to be doing, and that everything's kind of, hey, that wasn't on the plan. Kind of catch those things, especially with these big sites, we just don't have the manpower.
So can the environmental monitor be Brian? Or it maybe makes sense just to have whoever we do the vernal pool also do the environmental?
Well, your vernal pool is gonna be more of a biologist probably, who's going out that once a year. I think it's up to everybody involved to discuss that.
It'd be easier
It doesn't
to-
have to be like, right, Matt is using Andrea Kendall from LEC. And we did have it as independent.
You got to choose her?
Well, it wasn't written in his permit that way, and that was
What is it
on
that-
me, because he was last minute and made a decision, because worked with Andrea before, but
go ahead.
Just break it down for me real simple. What's the environmental monitor going to be looking at every week?
they're checking to make sure they're keeping up with their erosion controls. If there's any issues on the project site, make sure their work is in compliance with the order that was issued and the plans approved.
So when you're building your roads, how often does the planning board go and look at your road construction, so you're not
Planning
putting
board?
in too big a boulders and not compact rates and all that other stuff? Because that's what developers really like to do, is screw towns with roads.
Well, we're gonna,
Not
we
that that's part of
we
our
own
purview,
the
but
road,
I'm asking
so.
about the inspection process, frequency.
I don't,
Well, we've been kind of jointly sharing those, so we've always kind of had that requirement. So Jean and Planning gets a copy of our monitoring reports for interstate towing that's going in. I think she gets a copy of
You
the
go there
ones
weekly.
over there, and there's a SWIP requirement that goes out, but I don't think they have an independent person that goes out there, besides maybe,
Must have the
engineer.
town must have an engineer that goes and does compaction rates and
well,
stuff.
so for the roadways, I mean, we're gonna have our engineers out there for the compaction rates. That's something that we always do. Again, they're private roads, so if we put that
Oh, yeah, I
big,
guess,
if
yeah,
we put
you
that
own
big
them.
boulder there, that's our fault, that's on us and we own it.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
You know, as far as sewer and water and things of that nature, when I talked to Heather, they will still be out, and Shane will come out, do their normal inspection as our site crew are
So
building the
planning already
roadways.
approved it. Did she have a condition in there for, like, a engineer to
Well, we had
monitor or
Carter
anything?
For an inspection, not that I know of.
Okay, so there was.
Well, they don't probably care, because it's not the town's
Yeah,
road,
yeah,
so.
probably.
But we do care, because it is our waterways, and, so, yeah, if that's something that's routinely done, and you guys have the capability of doing that.
Well.
It's on a third party.
It's on a third party.
Third party.
Which we're asking for it to be LEC for that.
So Andrea Kendall from LEC is doing the monitoring of Berry Farms Road.
Okay. Then I would be all right with that.
Yeah. And then they would pay them themselves to do it.
Yeah.
So, right, if something, the security is if we stop getting them, then you're in violation. It's not saying you're gonna do it, but I'm saying there is some security there. It's just a matter of,
Okay.
right, making sure that we stay on top of
Cool.
that.
Cool.
So then we can kind of avoid the other things.
We can keep in there too. I know you have the flexibility to modify that, and I know Matt just recently modified it, depending on where we're at in construction, if we shut down for the winter, something like
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Surety bond, 50K.
Well, I would just say the one thing, I would still have it as a condition that we approve who you have do that monitoring. You provide us with the name of someone and their qualifications, and it can be approved. Not saying, if you,
So we provide the qualifications of Andrea.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I don't think
Yeah.
Brian will be making the weekly trip. It'll probably make sense to have Andrea do it.
Yeah.
While she's doing Matt's, if he's still building at that time.
Sure.
well, doesn't he has to finish his road before you start through planning, right?
No.
I thought that Jean had.
But you have to also leave room for change, because Andrea may, change her lifestyle. So whoever that is, and you guys would need to resubmit and give us another
Give
name.
another name and get it approved, that's fine.
Yeah.
Where else, guys? 2 trees,
2 trees is good.
per law, pathetic.
The O and M
I
plan.
think you called them canopy trees too. That's nice.
I don't know if it's a big deal or not, but I would like to see welded wire on the back of the silt fence, especially in some of the really steep areas, because
Yeah, we've been out in some rough sites lately. It's bad conditions.
I was gonna ask about that.
or some other option to make sure that it's more secure,
Is there a way that we
save
could,
you in the long run.
could we come to an agreement? And I don't know how we could do it, I'm just thinking out loud. I am fine with, if there's steep slopes, putting that extra, that wire silt fence there. I don't know if it's necessarily warranted for the whole development.
Oh, I agree, I'm not.
So how do we,
Come together on a grade.
Yeah, so how do we come up-
together on a grade, and we'll be
Yeah.
good with that.
okay, so we'll work with Becky on
Yeah, I
that.
think, like at a pre-con meeting.
Wetland sides, well, yeah, you're probably gonna have that erosion
Stake that out
control
there
in.
and we'll have a sense.
And plus, you're only gonna do one phase.
We're gonna do one phase at a time, and yeah, again, I
We'll
completely
use it
agree.
afterwards,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Maybe you can reuse the fence.
Yeah.
All
All
right,
right, so
the bond, did you talk about bond?
bond, yep,
Yeah.
50,000.
What, so on that, I'm just curious what that would be for, because we have to bond the entire, even though we're a private road, planning board's gonna require we bond the entire road. So,
So this bond is for the commission's order to make sure you do the vernal pool monitoring, the restoration areas, all the signage, everything that you need to do for their approval. So we usually do it,
so would we take that 50,000 and basically, I just split it up, we have 5 phases, because I have to break my phasing up for the planning board, 10,000 per phase for wetland items, whatever we wanna call it?
You wouldn't
What-
be eligible to get it back though until you get a COC, so I don't know how, I
Or
don't
you
know.
roll it. You
Well,
roll
yeah,
it when
that-
each phase is bonded, but they roll in the bond to the next phase is what you're doing
so it's
over
a
there.
$10,000 bond. I
Yeah,
mean, it's up to you guys what you want.
I just wanted to make sure I understand how
Phases
it
are we
went on
talking?
there,
You
because
told me 50, so that's what I wrote.
in my mind, I was thinking, stormwater, we already have to bond that with the town. Erosion control, we have to do it, but I wasn't thinking the signs and, the vernal
But
pool
we're
monitoring,
working
things of that
to,
nature.
we're working here on that.
The bond language in our regs also just state that the bond shall, if Justin was to have to walk away or something happened to this project, the amount of money needs to cover the expense it would be for us to make sure our
Or
vernal.
fix something.
Fix our vernal pool or salvage our wetland.
Right.
Restore a wetland if, say, he wasn't, around and somebody just bulldozed and we had to go and restore. That's the
Yeah.
other language of the bond. So is that
I think
sufficient?
a project of this size, that was actually, full disclosure, that was my recommendation.
I'm fine with the 50, I just wanna make sure I
I think
understood
with
where
a
we're going.
project this
Yeah.
size, we need a substantial bond to ensure all these things get done and to protect against the inevitable. None of us are promised tomorrow, let alone 10 years from now. So I think it's just, it makes good sense for us to protect
I
ourselves.
look at it like this, he said he's amenable to it, so we
Yeah.
can move on.
Yeah, so but I guess,
As the board, we have not had a subdivision yet.
Officially closed out with
closed out.
conservation.
Never.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the point, right?
Well,
The preserve is still not closed out,
incentivize
right? So.
Most people.
so do we roll that in with our planning board?
We would do it
No.
separately.
So you want a completely separate one?
Separate.
Yeah, you just do.
And then would we do that by phase, or, I know, Erin made a comment that we wouldn't get it back, which I understand till we get to the
I think you just-
COC.
I don't know how they're gonna.
No, I
do
don't
it,
think we
but-
should phase it, because we
Yeah, I
may need
think
all
it's
of
just
it.
for the whole project.
Yeah.
One last question, I guess, I assume a tri-party agreement with the bank is okay? 'Cause That's typically what
Surety
we
with
use.
Is that a surety
A
bond?
surety with an insurance
It's
company.
a tri-party agreement with our bank, where the bank says, hey, if these guys default, the town, or the commission in this case, can
Could you
draw
send
on
me-
that.
Could you send me some language, because I have never.
Yeah, I can
worked
send
with
you a
that.
typical letter that we
Yeah,
use.
if you send me what that is, I can send that to town council and confirm that.
Send it
It
to me.
sounds
I'd
like a
to see
bond
it.
to me, but,
It's essentially the same thing, the
Yeah.
bank is putting up a line of credit for us.
Okay, so yeah,
For
if
the
you-
board
yeah.
to draw on if
Yeah.
need be.
Yeah, do you need to renew that?
Oh, yeah.
No, it's for the life of the project, because the bank won't release it until
Okay.
we get a COC.
That's better
that
than
we
an
can then
insurance
give to
bond
the.
then.
Yeah, insurance bond needs to be.
Okay, so you'll
redone
send
yearly.
that, Justin send.
Makes sense.
Got a rock-solid bank?
Yep.
Not, what was it?
Matt, work at it?
Silicon Valley?
Huh?
Swiss.
Things.
I didn't hear the
Does
question.
Matt work
We'll
at
move
it?
on.
Does Matt work at it?
No.
Oh, I mean,
Oh, different bank for him?
a couple small things, like,
I keep my banking and finances personal.
Oh, No,
like
I
the
was-
construction phasing, I know you have the actual plan that was in here, but as we do each phase, just like what your timeline you think is, you know, it's, obviously things change on site, but just so we can have that and have an idea.
Which we gave that to the planning board, obviously now with the time, we have to
Yeah.
redo that anyway, so that's
Okay,
fine. Yep.
okay, because, you know, I was looking at the plans, and one of the stormwater basins, I think the first one you put in, I think it's like cut with phase 1 and 2, or 1A and 1B, I don't know, but so, we'll just kind of look at all those things and just send something in, so that way we can,
We'll
Sure,
include,
it's all good.
what we'll do is we'll update, because there is a phasing plan in the
Yeah.
current set of plans for the 24th, we'll update that.
Okay.
I think is the best thing to
Okay.
do, and include that in the final plan set.
yeah, yeah. And something like that can be like prior to the phase, send that in and for conservation staff, but, not a big deal, but I do want to, as a condition, because your construction entrance is going to be onto a developed road that discharges to stormwater systems, so we need to make sure we have a way of making sure that stormwater doesn't come off that construction site into developed areas and into the stormwater systems, but that's pretty easy to work out, yeah, and it's on a hill, so we just want to make sure that all of that's taken care of okay, and maybe we close like the construction entrances at night when there's anticipated
We typically do
precipitation
that anyway, because we don't want, once people are living there, we don't want residents
going up there.
going
Well,
into
no, I
the
think it's
construction.
not even that so much. I think she's more concerned, like, put a
Stormwater.
berm in there.
Yeah.
To catch
We,
runoff.
if we feel that, yeah, that there may be, if we're working, say, on phase 3, where we're working up the hill, and we feel, you know,
Gonna
we
have a
get that
big
cut
raid.
open, we will always, at the end of the night, our site guys will put up wattles or whatever need to be to stop that,
You
yeah.
could even have like a modified construction entrance that is deep, that gets it in and directs it to a basin or something, but
And
just
yeah, we can
something.
deal with that on a phase-by-phase
Yeah.
basis, I think, yeah.
Trees, there was the 2 trees on the lots.
Oh, yeah, what types of trees and detail on the trees?
Right, did you have I'm sorry if you had, did you have what the tree was going to be? Native,
Don't remember.
deciduous, provides a
had
canopy?
it a long time ago, but
Okay, so let's, yeah, so I think that that would be a condition to add, if that's the language you want to see.
What? I just want
Size
trees.
tree do you want planted? Do you
What?
have, we just want to make sure that they're not going to end up being like little ornamental dwarf things that people are, you know, it's meant to have a canopy, right? So,
Try to replace some canopy that you're losing.
I can commit to, we'll call it basically 2 street trees.
2 deciduous native trees
Sure.
that, do you have a size preference on what he plants? I just want to make sure we have everything.
2-inch
hashed out,
diameter?
if
What's
available.
town spec for street trees? I think it
Well,
may
those
be
are bigger, I think.
Are they?
You don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go
2
2-inch.
You saying?
2 sounds great.
4 to 1,
Twins.
too.
But native, deciduous, you know, I
Yeah.
don't think you have to have exactly what tree it is if you can't get it, but if you can provide a list to choose from, just want to make sure we're not going to have, you know,
They're all the same.
They
either.
can't all
You
be
know,
the
it's
same.
like
white
a nice
birch that,
mix.
exactly.
Mix.
And yes, you don't want to, yeah, you don't want just all one tree in case
Right.
you don't want all ash trees right
Don't
now,
get
right? You don't, you know?
Yeah, don't get asterisks, whatever you do.
All right.
There's a ton of big ones on Westfield
On,
Lake.
so these rain garden conditions, these were recommendations for rain gardens that I was given to add in here because compaction can really be an issue. So I don't know if anyone has any comments on those. We just want to make sure that,
Could we, I make a comment, suggestion? Simplify it, and I have no problem having our engineer sign off on it once everything's built, him being there to see that it's being built, anything like that, but maybe we simplify it to it's gotta be built per the plan.
How do we simplify it?
What's that?
How do we simplify it?
Well, that it's gonna be, which Becky has one in here, the rain garden shall be constructed in accordance with the plans referenced above. I think that answers the question right there, that we're gonna build it in accordance to the plan, and I can commit to having our engineer on site to verify that it's being built and even submit a letter after the fact.
Okay.
And that
I think
everything was
was
built
right.
in
If they're,
accordance.
yeah, because if they're
Yeah.
not built correctly, they're not going to
You know,
function correctly.
and I
and
guess
that's really
one
important.
thing to add to that is could we maybe do it by phase or by a certain number, because we have 60-something rain gardens out there. Do you really want 60-something letters
Phase
by
it.
phase?
We're
Okay.
talking more like the big ones, right?
I have no issue with having Pete sign off on every single one, that's fine.
Yeah, or just.
I mean, it's similar to when,
I think one letter for
the
a
face,
multiple is no
yeah.
problem.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't go beyond, like,
10 years.
a month's worth of rain. If you're putting the rain gardens in, and you get to the end of the month and you put some in, or one, report it with a letter.
Yep.
So I agree with you that you don't want one at a time.
So, do you have an issue with the area of the proposed rain garden shall not be used for staging of materials or equipment and measures taken to avoid soil compaction, et cetera?
Do I have an issue with that?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay, no, you just said
No,
simplify
I was
it.
just trying to simplify that whole thing. I understand that they were recommendations, and it's everything that we would do anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. And the long-term maintenance, all that, that's again, something that we're gonna do. That'll all be part of the O&M manual. So we could even just reference the O&M manual. We'll put all that detail in there.
Invasive species monitoring and removal.
Yep.
Do a partial COC or something at the end of the day, or substantial compliance, because the monitoring is gonna take years
Yeah.
after to block their ability to.
Could, if they, yeah. Oh, so the stormwater structures with the monitoring wells, so they'll have to monitor them, but I mean, this is new to me, so an alternative plan required if there's an issue with, the construction of that. I mean, maybe there needs to be something in the O&M plan stating that, and then to come back and
That's fine.
what your
Yeah, we'll put it in the
proposed
O&M.
alternative is, yeah.
Because, and I think you had in there at some point in perpetuity, we'll put that in the O&M manual.
Okay.
Going back to, we own the place, if all of a sudden these things aren't working, we're gonna have 63 homeowners calling me every night saying my road's flooding or whatever, so we're gonna make sure it's all done properly.
Putting this project in Vermont now?
What's that? No.
Bad joke.
Bad joke, yeah.
Bad joke.
Luckily where I go up there.
Poor people. That's rough.
I'm going tubing up there next weekend.
Oh.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to
Down
go,
the
but
street or down a river?
probably down the street at this point.
Again, I need to take out an insurance policy on yourself to the town.
You wanna take it out on me?
You're a key man insurance policy.
Becky, does it make sense to put in some timelines for resolution of any issues or concerns
Yes.
so that there are, so it's not open-ended? So you got 30 days or 2 weeks or half an hour or whatever it is.
You mean like if it's with the stormwater systems
Yeah,
or?
yeah, or you look at the rain garden and say, hey, the rain gardens aren't clean.
Yeah.
So you got 2 weeks.
Yeah. I would say a month. But,
To rectify any issues, if
Yeah.
sediment or something in them, or they're not maintained properly?
Yeah, I mean, just you're doing you're monitoring the salt.
Right.
And it jumps. All right, so what are you gonna do? What's the timeline? What's the mitigation plan that you put in place?
Right, well, I think they do have, in their vernal pool thing, they have reporting.
But you get 2 weeks or 30 days or whatever
Yeah,
the number is.
no, I agree. Any violations reported immediately, you can
Well,
have
we would
something like that,
Or just
but,
any, yeah.
In terms of the vernal pool monitoring, we would submit the report to the board, and if something jumped, you would require us to come in, which we would come in anyway. But if we didn't come in, I would think you could put a cease and desist on us or a violation order.
It's more of a
right,
30-day.
Yeah.
Like automatic correction
Yeah, you
time
rectify
frame.
it.
So
Yeah, you rectify
something happens, you get 30 days, jump on it.
so instead of the vernal, so the reporting for the vernal pool and water quality testing right now says that monitoring reports will be submitted to you guys no later than July 1st each year. Do you want it 30 days upon inspections? Is that what you're asking?
Well, if we find any issues or concern, we want
Yeah.
a 30-day runway, and it's going to be rectified and addressed. And so we come back And, yeah.
So you add that in the vernal pool monitoring, add that in the O and M plan, is that,
Yeah.
that would satisfy it, I think?
Any of the violations or.
Yep, any
something that-
issues, yeah.
Yeah, if we're monitoring, it may not be purposely violating, but if something is out
Yeah.
of line with the
Yeah, exactly.
the monitoring.
Yeah, violation was all I could come up with.
Good word, but
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, raises. So anything else in here? We've been through this. Any questions?
No, I'm happy to see we're able to make some
Oh.
progress.
I have one more.
Yeah, there's two things on the end here.
On access to the entire site will be allowed to the SEC in perpetuity, I'm fine with that, but with a manufactured housing community, because they don't own, they lease the land, but Massachusetts state law says even me as an owner can't go on your leased land without your permission. So can we add something in there saying with prior notice to the owner or to the leasee? And
Yeah,
I'm fine with it, I'm just because I don't want to get, I don't think
Yeah, no,
the state
we
would
don't-
ever come down on me. But,
Never go on a site without
okay, without prior
contacting,
notification.
go to the
That's
door
fine.
and knock at the door.
So, we had talked about, and this was a condition that was added, work on Matt's project to be completed before you started yours, but you said, I thought that the town was requiring that that road be done before anybody can access the lots on there.
We wouldn't be able to have anybody move in into our development until Matt's roadway was at a certain point.
Okay.
Yeah,
I-
we
I'm
would-
just
we wouldn't be-
asking.
we
First
wouldn't be
phase
able-
needs
Yeah.
to be, you have to have that completed with your second coat and signed off.
Typically, it's just base coat.
Base
At
coat.
base coat, when we've done developments in the past, once we hit base coat, most towns, and I
Actually,
actually,
you leave it at base as long as you can. So you
exactly, I
have-
haven't talked to Nelson or Gene in this in detail, but some towns won't even release a building permit until we get to base coat. They definitely will not issue a certificate of occupancy for a home. So in regards to Matt's Road, that would have to be completed too. As far as starting work before Matt's Road is complete, I don't think the planning board has an issue with that. It was never brought up as an issue by them.
I don't think that it is in Sturbridge. They,
I don't think it would be.
you should find out, but I don't think it would be.
Yeah, I know with
Plenty
my,
of developments that have coat one down, and they've gone ahead and lived, people live there and so forth.
because you.
And then they go back and bitch at the town and, excuse my language, and the town goes and puts a finished coat on it.
Yeah, I mean, I know with town-accepted roads, they won't even take a road over, they won't allow you to put base coat on for at least 1 to 2 winters, because they want it to sit and settle, if it's gonna settle and all, before they top coat it, so.
But he'll have a base coat before you start going through up there, or is that gonna be a gravel roadway open for years that he has a permit that he needs to finish?
Well, wait, so the way our contract is written with Matt is he needs to get the base coat before we have people moving in. It's really I think how it's actually written is we wanted it at base coat before we purchased the land, but that's up for negotiation between us and Matt. As far as us starting to build, that's a risk that we're taking, essentially, to trust Matt that he's gonna finish the roadway. If
Putting in lots is
if
not
he
gonna finish.
if he doesn't finish his roadway, then, and we start building,
By the town,
Yeah.
too.
we're never gonna be able to get an occupancy to be able to get anybody moved in, so we're not gonna be selling anything.
I would say the only concern is because he has a permit that is, how many acres are open out there right now? And then you're gonna add new construction coming into that. And stormwater and all of that good stuff, I think that having some of that done will be beneficial. In addition, part of the approval of that project was contingent on that wetland restoration area and the stream restoration area. That hasn't been done yet. So, another reason why we didn't do a bond on that project, those things go a long way. I think you just need to make
Yeah,
sure that,
That's a good point.
we're gonna add a construction site on top of a construction site with wetlands everywhere and stormwater systems that aren't done yet. It just adds a lot more concern, but
So,
All right, we've gone all the way, pretty much.
I just wanna, back to the last one that we were just talking about, make sure I understand where we're at with that.
With what?
With what we were just talking about with Becky, with the work on the roadway being completed.
I'm gonna ask.
before, I'm still
I
confused.
mean, I think you can't determine when the other guy's gonna put his base coat down,
that's-
so
Right,
you
so
can't sit there for the
I'm
next
o-
2 years.
Assuming that we get approved and we start clearing trees after we go through all the proper protocols and everything this fall, and Matt's not at base coat, I'm okay to do that. I understand it's a risk that I'm taking, that's on me, for Matt to finish the roadway. I know he's gonna do it, but that's,
Yeah, we gotta get on,
I
I think.
would say typically you can't pull a building permit until Matt has his base coat down.
so pull a building permit, so we won't be pulling a building permit until we go to put the house lots in, which isn't gonna be till 2024. So by then, Matt's gonna have the base coat down. And if he doesn't, that's something that we'll have to deal with at that time.
I sure hope he does.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think he'll have it down. I don't
He
think-
has a 3-year permit that was issued, been a little while now, a couple of years ago, so he.
They're working hard up
has-
there. I mean,
Yeah.
they're moving along.
Yeah.
I think they'll get the base coat this year.
That's, yeah, I think that
Yeah.
it's just, it creates a lot bigger of an area that's open and more concerns and.
It always looks awful.
Yeah.
and
Keep in
he's
mind too, we're a phase project, so we're only gonna have, at most, our first phase open.
a couple acres, right?
I forget exactly what it is, but yeah.
All right, does that satisfy you?
So
Yeah.
we have other standard conditions that are typical that I just don't have in here. So there is, and it is important, is that within 14 days, if you're not gonna have something permanently stabilized, you need to do temporary stabilization of that. It's a big one that people don't do, and it results in big issues on sites, and then a 30-day one too. So, that's a standard condition that other towns use too, but it's really important. You
So
have 5 acres open at once or whatever it is.
how do we proceed forward? I mean, we get the next meeting August 24th. We have all of our plans and our O&M and everything that we have to update. Everything we talked about, we're gonna work with you, Becky, and Erin.
Yeah.
And then finalize everything we talked about for the order of conditions.
Yes.
That we're all in agreement with, and we come in on the
Game plan.
24th.
At this point, I don't see anybody that isn't, if they should have spoken if they're,
Okay.
at this point.
As far as the DR to work through that wording, that's something that we want to have our attorney work with town council on, and then ultimately we'll get brought back in. Maybe we can get it done for the 24th. That may be wishful thinking. I know it doesn't have to be done prior to the vote.
I'd like the chance to read it all. and
Okay.
Have a reasonable time frame to read it all before the 24th, so whatever.
It's
Yeah.
6 weeks to
And
the next
either-
meeting, so, right, yeah.
So will you facilitate that with town council and include Patty, our attorney, on an email, or how do you want to do that?
I can do that. Now, should we do 2 declarations? One for what's going to Fish and Wildlife?
Ask
Well,
counsel.
I'll work with
Ask
the lawyers,
counsel.
I'll work with the lawyers on it, but yes.
What I can do too is I have to call Patty tomorrow. I can ask her opinion. You can talk to town council. Maybe you'll get a hold of them tomorrow, and then we can have the 2
Won't happen
attorneys.
tomorrow, no.
Attorneys
sorry.
talk and figure it out. But
Yeah.
get the ball rolling on it, so hopefully we have everything finalized before the 24th with everything
Okay,
else.
and I will also send that to you. I think you probably got a draft form of it a long time ago. If you want to take a look at and provide some comments about prohibited acts and uses and allowable activities. And then we can incorporate that all, and, right, if we can all agree on it at the next meeting, that'd be easier than having to condition it. Oh,
Yeah, push it out.
I want to make sure there's a letter from a butter. I just need to read it for the record if you're done.
Yep, go
Public
ahead.
comment time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good evening, my name is John Zwerbelia, and I am a direct abutter. I'm here to speak on the current proposed project, Lot 3, 30 Fisk Hill Road, or 20 Fisk Hill and 30 Main, Berry Farm Road. I've tried to make every meeting and apologize for not being here to read my last statement in person. Thank you for listening to it last week. Will the developers fill this housing area with residents? We don't know. No one knows. The impact on vernal pools, wildlife, and surrounding areas, that we do know. Please consider what precedent, if approved, is going, is this, I think it's just miswritten there, this is going to take. How many projects before you have redrawn and met the bylaws? As you all know, the bylaws are there for a reason, and all of us have a duty to obey them and respect that the town officers and constituents have approved those bylaws as written to be enforced. I know I keep bringing up the same points. I feel that they're very important and hope you consider them when making your decision. Members of the commission, I urge you to enforce the town bylaw and be stewards of the land. So, we received this prior to the project revisions too, so.
All right. Continuation?
Continuation to the 24th.
Make a motion
Thanks for
that we continue this project until the 24th of August.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ted Winglass in favor?
Roy Bishop in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Carsten Stuber in favor.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. That
Thanks.
was good progress.
And time to get in.
Right, did we do everything?
I just have a couple things.
Little
Take care, gentlemen.
Good night.
Yep. What, do we have more?
Lakes met tonight. I have no idea what.
I wanted to say under the lakes, well, or Ed, did you want to share about a longtime resident of the lake?
Oh, yeah, Pat.
Oh, right.
I emailed it to
Pat
everybody.
Wondlowski.
Yeah.
Stewart of Cedar Lake and a steward of just the lakes in
I know.
general. Lady.
It was a nice write-up for me because I didn't know that stuff about her, so,
Yeah, it was nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you reminded us. Anything else we need before we
Well-
rush out?
Yeah, just quickly. So we had that anonymous letter before about the properties on McGilpin Road. I had brought up before the 138 McGilpin. I had gone by there, you looked at GIS and everything. There's no wetlands where that person is saying there are wetlands, so I don't see that there's a violation issue with what they're saying. That's an upland field adjacent to there. There are wetlands to the north, there's wetlands to the east, and further to the south that I can see from there. So I don't think that's an issue there. And Ted and I did go out to 56 McGilpin Road. So we looked at some aerial photos and stuff before we went out there to look at some, like, there's some historical uses there. You could see, I think there was forestry on that property before. There was some existing cart roads, which were visible. So the letter that was submitted said there was work in the wetlands. We did not observe work in the wetlands out there. And it said there was a swale observed draining a potential vernal pool upstream. We did not see that either in that area that we were in. There are vernal pools mapped on that property. So, right, there was some pre-existing cart roads out there. There was some stockpiling of like stones and materials that were in the vicinity of the tents there in like the outer buffer zone. And then there was like a few downed trees that were closer that were kind of piled there. I know he had mentioned that some trees had fell before, et cetera. I recommended that, can remove those trees, and maybe take them out of that area and spread that out and kind of pull back some of that use area a little bit, which he was very open to in that. Right.
The only thing I noticed, it seemed to me that that path after the sheds that
Yep.
were on the
Yep.
right-hand side is pretty wet.
Yeah.
Because there's a depression right there and the earth, that's probably natural. But that also the water has probably due to beaver activity, that water level has risen. So the contours that we were looking at from maps of 10 years ago aren't in the same alignment as the property looks today. And I don't know how you deal with that as a homeowner. You to some degree, it's not their fault that the water's encroaching because of wetlands being created by a natural habitat. But, there may be, I would just caution, since apparently there is a neighbor that's observing activity, that they make sure that they stay out of that 25 and 50 foot,
Mm-hmm. Right, any work within the 200-foot buffer zone will require approval.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, it looked,
I sent him a letter to go out there, but I can send something kind of summarizing afterwards. I met with just quickly, and on a positive note, I guess, but we have a Boy Scout who's doing his Eagle Scout project, if I said that correctly.
Cool.
And he's looking at doing, this is probably the third one we've had since I've been here. He's looking at doing like a naturalized kind of playground, and so I met with him and Laney from Opakam out at Riverlands today to try to look at a potential area. We ended up going up to Hines, and where we had the cabin removed, that allowed us in our conservation restriction the ability to put something educational there. So we went up there because we just couldn't find a good place that wasn't next to the river, and you'd have to file an NOI, or that, necessarily met everything with the CR. So Peckham was gonna review that language in the, CR, and we talked to him about doing his kind of naturalized playground there. It's very simple, it's nothing extravagant. And then also what we were looking for there was something like, we had the Boy Scout on Burgess Trail, did like a little educational platform area with some benches, maybe kind of incorporating something in there a little bit like that. So it'd be a nice project.
Good.
So we're working with him on that. Positive.
Yeah, I did a
Good.
walk, I forget, I hadn't been back there since maybe last summer, the summer before, and the cabin was gone. I was like, where's the cabin?
That was a
She took
project.
it down.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Beck.
Personally.
It was,
Yeah.
It should have by the end of that project.
Yeah.
We needed a sledgehammer.
It would have been easier.
That was, I forget how much, so there was that cabin, there was one on Plimpton, and then we had multiple structures on lead mine property that we had to take down. I forget how much that.
14 of them. We paid $250,000 to have them taken down.
The recent one was 250?
Yeah.
No,
No, a long time, no, they
A long
took
time ago.
down property.
It's cheaper than some kid getting hurt.
Well,
They sue the town
it was
because of the
14
property we
initially,
have
but they forgot some.
Probably.
No, that was a
Probably why.
$200,000 project, I think, total.
it was a part of the purchase.
No, they didn't take them, they missed some. They missed the big
They
barn.
missed some and then they came back
Yeah.
and did it, yeah.
I think we're done.
That's it, guys.
That's on, 10 o'clock. I
Do,
think.
do your thing, Roy.
Make a motion that we adjourn.
Carson, you want to second that?
He's on mute.
Yes?
Come on.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
There we go.
There you go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.